Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:32 p.m. in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, Texas Governing Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We have 6 board members here physically present. I'm going to call on 2 trustees who I believe are joining us virtually. If you would just respond to let us know that you are with us. District 4 Trustee Daphne Brookins.
Present.
Great. Good to see you, Trustee Brookins. District 9 Trustee Ashley Paz. Trustee Paz, you with us? I see her, so we'll count her as present. And then just let our community members know, one of our fellow colleagues, trustees on Luevanos, will not be able to join us. Matter of fact, I think that we forbid him from being here because he and his family and his wife welcomed their baby girl into the world today. So we congratulate Trustee Luevanos and the family and hope that everyone is doing well. So at this time, the agenda calls for public comment. But first, I want to turn it over to Dr. Scribner for the return of learning presentation, and afterwards, we'll allow public comment. Dr. Scribner, will you and your team?
Thank you very much, President Ramos. We have a brief presentation. I know we have significant public comment tonight. We certainly want to hear from our parents and community and both internal and external communities. I will be presenting our transition to in-person learning. And then we have a special guest, the Director of Public Health for Tarrant County, Vinny Taneja. He'll be joining us. I'll turn it over to him when I finish my comments, and then we'd love to hear from the board. And then at that point, we will move into public comment. So as promised, and as we have done at each step in this process, I indicated to the board that we'd update you regarding our transition to in-person learning. We've shared this slide before. We are at a decision point. As you know, the board voted to have the first day of school start on September the 8th, which started our 4-week clock for the Texas Education Agency. That 4-week clock for virtual instruction ends on October the 5th, at which point there would need to be board action required if we decided to extend the virtual instruction for an additional 4 weeks. There would have to be a phase-in plan as part of that 4 weeks, as part of the guidelines from the rules from TEA, or we could make the recommendation to have choice, virtual and in-person learning options available to all students. As we've updated you in the past, we have had significant stakeholder engagement. I know you all have heard from your constituents and leaders in our community, and parents and students and teachers. We started with our first community conversation back in June, followed by 2 nights of virtual town halls, the first in Spanish, the second in English. Then moving to a third town hall, then we had a Let's Talk Live where our teachers discussed their preparations for virtual instruction. And then since that time, we've started a survey, a parent pulse survey, to get a sense from our parents what their desires and hopes and dreams were with regard to in-person or virtual instruction. And knowing that we are going to have to transition at some point, we held principal and teacher feedback sessions, and we're going to be prepared to share with you what we've learned there. So here we are on the 15th of September to consider our decisions moving forward on October the 5th, and consider the possibility of providing choice, both virtual and or in person, on October the 5th. Let me update you a little bit about our principal feedback sessions. With over 140 campuses, we know that proper preparation is necessary, and our principals are already planning for the eventual return to in-person instruction. They have all submitted individual campus plans for in-person learning, things like arrival dismissal schedules for both virtual and in-person students, meal distribution, PPE, personal protective equipment, and how we're going to handle wellness checks. So far, we have heard from a little under half of our parents and families, so we still need to push very hard in these last days before we get the final results from our survey. But thus far, we have about an even split. About 48% of our parents have indicated that they would select virtual starting on October the 5th, and 52% in person. Thus far at noon today, we've heard from almost 36,700 responses, and I know that number has increased since midday today. Further, why is it important that we have our parents respond? Because we need to make some decisions with regard to logistics, transportation schedules, student class schedules. How do we set up our classes in terms of social distancing, lunch planning, cafeteria setup, all of those things that are required to run a safe and orderly campus. Our plan for returning is posted, and we are following the rules and the guidelines from the TEA. Our in-person learning it can be found on our website, fwisd.org/page 24200. Oops. One of the things that we wanted to let the board know that we were prepared for once we return is bus transportation. Not all students ride the bus, but a significant number do. We will have wellness checks that will be required prior to boarding the bus. Masks will stringently be required. Currently, if the numbers hold out with about 52% of our students coming to school, we want to make sure that we have spacing, so 2 students per seat on a school bus. Social distancing may not be feasible in every scenario on a school bus. That's why masks will stringently be required, and buses will be disinfected upon completion of each route in the morning and the afternoon. Just a quick aside, when we talk about 50-50, or in this case a 48-52 spread in terms of the number of students who would prefer virtual versus in person, one of the challenging features of that is that that's not evenly spread across the district. In some communities, the percentage of students parents who want to send their students in person is much higher, and in other parts of the city it's much lower. With regard to student wellness checks, we've adopted both of the TEA recommendations for high school, where our high schoolers will do self-checks, and they'll be encouraged to submit that information in a QR code or survey link. At the middle and elementary schools, there will be on-site symptoms checks, temperature checks upon arrival to school during their first period, and then specific plans for managing student wellness checks throughout the day. Face coverings required. Students may choose to wear their own face coverings. We had that question a lot over the last several weeks from parents. Washable, reusable masks from home in accordance with our policies. The district will also provide students with either cloth or disposable masks as needed, and we want to make sure that we're accommodating any student who, for a documented health reason, may need another option. With regard to daily campus cleaning, again, a logistic focus of ours. Increased disinfecting, we're seeing that already. Instead of having a daytime custodial crew and an evening custodial crew, we're having all of our custodians in person during the day. So we're disinfecting throughout the school day. Restrooms and other high-use common areas. There's a checklist for our custodial staff for classroom cleaning, and students will be provided with wipes in order to clean their own workspace throughout the school day for students whose families have selected in-person instruction. Social distancing. Again, it's important that we encourage all of our neighbors and families to fill out the survey. Class sizes obviously will depend on the number of students in a school that choose the in-person option. We need to maintain social distancing, and transparent dividers like the ones you see here at the board meeting tonight will be provided in classrooms when additional safety precautions are necessary. 48% virtual, 52% in person, and again, we want to make sure that we're prepared for those school communities where the numbers are much higher. So upon our return, and I think in every district that already is in person, we have seen that there are students or staff who display symptoms of COVID-19. So what happens in those cases, and what will happen with us when a student displays symptoms of COVID-19? Well, first, obviously, to be assessed by the school nurse and determine their status and sent home when it's appropriate. District protocols will be followed, whether that's quarantine, contact tracing, cleaning and disinfecting the areas that the student was inhabiting, and public health reporting. We're going to follow through with all of those protocols, not only at the district level, not only with TEA, but with our county health department. In the event of a confirmed positive COVID-19 case at a school campus, we will follow specific reporting protocols. If a student is quarantined, the teacher of that student will facilitate virtual learning. We'll tell you a little bit more about that later in the presentation and the Q&A, I'm sure. So if a student is quarantined, a teacher will facilitate virtual learning for the length of the quarantine. In cases where a classroom is quarantined, and we saw that in a district to our north, if a classroom is quarantined, then the classroom teacher will continue to teach the class virtually for the length of the quarantine. The decision to close down a school obviously will be made by my team in collaboration with our local health authorities, one of whom you'll hear from in just a moment. So how are we going to transition to in-person instruction? We wanted to provide the board some options, and I want to share with you our latest thinking with regard to recommendations to transition to in-person instruction. My recommendation would be that teachers report to campus next week on September the 21st, optional. We want to begin to phase this in. The following week on September 28th, that all teachers would be reporting to campus. And you do know that our new teachers and our first year teachers currently are required to teach virtually from their classrooms. I visited many campuses on the first day of school and saw not only our first year and second year teachers, but also many veteran teachers who would just prefer to provide virtual instruction originating from their empty classroom. Why do we think this is important? To plan and train for in-person virtual learning campus procedures that are coming. To prepare classrooms for in-person learning, which ultimately will happen at some point. To participate in a flipped learning training for in-person and virtual. There's been some concern about, and I've been very I think public about the importance of a teacher not having to teach twice, and teach in the morning and teach in the evening, and do double work. We believe in this flipped instructional program, our teachers will teach once and serve students in their classroom, both virtually and in person. We think the connection between student and teacher is important across the grade levels. We want to make sure that we're able to do that with a teacher teaching once and touching their in-person students and their virtual students. So similar to other large urban Texas districts, and with the support of our principals, we believe that the best recommendation moving forward would be to start on September 21st. Teachers and support staff also, in this case, for this short period of time, would be allowed to bring their children to campus. We have some teachers who are also parents in our district and other districts, quite frankly. Children must be school-aged if we were to do this. Children must be enrolled in virtual learning and must remain with the parent or guardian at all times, and of course, required to follow health and safety guidelines. We'll talk about specific dates, but Friday, October the 2nd would be the last day that this would be allowed, and we would be going back to my recommendation would be going back to a choice program on October the 5th. We're sensitive to our teachers who require an accommodation consistent with our board policies, of course, state and federal law, and should an employee be unable to report to campus for one of these documented accommodations, we would ask them to contact employee services by email, EMP as an employee.services@fwisd.org, to begin the process to either receive accommodation or get feedback on where their best next step would be. So my recommendation, based on principal and teacher feedback, again, would be to have a transition week beginning on September 28th for students who are new to the grade level. So let's talk about who would be coming back prior to October the 28th. Should the board support this recommendation? Well, we think during the week of September 28th, teachers report on 28th, 29th, and 30th, starting on Thursday, October 1st and 2nd, Thursday and Friday. Special education students in a self-contained classroom, they would report to campus on Thursday, October the 1st. Students new to a school or new to a new grade would be also reporting. 9th graders would report, 6th graders would report. In those pyramids that have a 6th grade center, the 7th graders would report. at Rosemont, Wedgwood, McLean, and Forest Oak Middle Schools. And then pre-K, K1, those students would also report on Thursday, October the 1st and Friday, October the 2nd. We think this would allow us with a finite number of students to work out any kinks in our implementation of social distancing and the like for those 50-some percent, 52% who have selected in person. As I said, October the 5th, all students, the 52% currently selecting in person would begin, and the 48 virtually, with the option to change at the end of the grading period per TEA guidelines, and we're on 6-week grading periods. So in summary, the recommendations currently would be on September 21st, encourage our teachers to come back to campus. On September 28th, require our teachers to come back to campus. On Thursday and Friday, the first day of October and the second day of October, bring back a finite number of students, special ed, pre-K, kinder and first, sixth graders, some seventh graders and ninth graders. And then on October the 5th, begin our 52% of our students in person learning. What would be different? What will be different? Virtual learning schedules will have to adjust in order to fit a master schedule for on-campus instruction. Parent pulse survey results will determine the campus plan. And again, that survey closes this Friday, September the 8th. So we're doing another big push to encourage all parents to indicate their desire for October the 5th. Recorded lessons will be available for students to access, and virtual students who are learning virtually, if they want to participate in a UIL activity and they qualify to compete in one of our teams, that student, just logistically reasonable, would have to provide their own transportation to the home school or to the practice facility. Then they would be able to ride the bus to the game. So those are just a short list of things that would be look a little bit different this year. What's next? Well, we have to communicate based on our conversation tonight, listening to the community and then having a board discussion. So this week, we would continue the Parent Pulse Survey. Again, important information to collect regarding transportation schedules, classroom setup. Next week, the week of the 21st, provide communication to those impacted families, to those families of self-contained special ed, pre-K first, sixth graders, some seventh graders, and ninth graders. And during the week of the 28th, sharing the school's specific plans for in-person to all parents, the 52% who've selected in-person and the 48 who've selected virtually. We want to share those plans. We have over 140 schools. We want to make sure that they are reflect the context of each school and communicate those to students and families. And so before we field questions, maybe we can make the transition to our next portion of the presentation, which is hearing from our public health director for Tarrant County. He will talk us through the Tarrant County Public Health COVID-19 dashboard, and it may take just a few moments to get him pulled up. And with that, I will pass it back to Vinny as soon as we can get him online. And Karen, perhaps you can introduce Mr. Tenasia when he shows up.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. Let me really, can you all hear me first? Somebody could just wave and let me know.
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
good.
Yes, we can. We can't see you, but we
Good.
can hear you.
Oh, you can, right? Because I've got the camera on. I just want to make sure. And so I wanted to kind of, first of all, thank you all and really commend the planning effort that has gone on. I mean, as you can see, this is a very well thought out, very thorough plan that has been just laid out by the school administration. It is not an easy task by any means. It takes a lot of thought process, a lot of changing of your workflows, and really figuring out where is the point of risk of entry of illness into the schools. So, I mean, I just want to recognize that work that has gone into this planning, because this is not something that can be just done lightly or overnight. Okay, let's open schools. This is, quite honestly, months of planning. I know I've been talking to some of the school folks, you know, throughout the summer, and you know, of course, when we put out the written guidance, they really took it to heart, and they've really tried to address each of the points in that school guidance. So thank you all for doing this hard work. So that's sort of the background. And I wanted to kind of share with you what's happening in the county related to COVID-19. Things overall have been in a downtrend for the last several weeks. If we can scroll down on the dashboard, there's a few tabs that I want to share. There's a epidemic curve, which is the third tab. If somebody doesn't mind clicking, whoever's using the dashboard here, just click on the epidemic curve. That's the third tab, and I would like to show what's happening with that. It's at the third tab at the bottom, epi curve. There you go, 1, 2, 3, there we go. All right, and the left chart is what I'm really trying to show folks. This really is how the disease outbreak has progressed in our community. And as you can see, we had a huge, you know, surge that happened right after Memorial Day and went all the way into July. Right after 4th of July, we peaked. And then, you know, what had happened was before Memorial Day, you can see it was pretty flat. We were talking about flattening the curve. There were stay-at-home orders in place in our community, and the curve was literally flat. And then in mid-April, the governor came back out with a reopening of Texas plan, and some of those orders were then expired at the end of April. And then slowly but surely, the cases started to pick up, and then Memorial Day happened, and then we got just a huge surge, because we're social beings, right? We're all human. We got together, and things that just happened. And then it really just took off till 4th of July, and instead of rolling back down to where we were, they came up with a different strategy. They wanted us to all wear masks, so there was a mask order that got in, made sure that people would social distance, limited outside gatherings, rolling back some other things related to restaurant capacity, bars, and all that kind of stuff. And as you can see, the results were slow, but they came, right? I mean, we came back down quite a bit, almost to the levels that we saw right around Memorial Day. And if you observe the last 3 or 4 weeks, it's a flat trend again. So things are improving in general in Kern County. But there are things that are not going well, and I want to point those out to you. If you could look at the hospital capacity tab, which is number 7, right? Okay, so this actually confirms our trend that we had a peak and it's coming back down. But just look at the last 3 weeks or so. We've flattened out. We saw that same thing happening on the case count. Now we're seeing that on the hospital capacity count, and I'll tie it all in later. And look at laboratory capacity tab, or laboratory data tab. That's the next tab over. There we go. On the right-hand side chart, that's your positivity rate chart. There's been a lot of discussion. So look at the trend. It's confirming what we saw. It, you know, peaked in July, came back all the way down. But let's look at last just 2 or 3 weeks. You're seeing these huge bars occur. The data is not declining anymore. It's sort of hovering around at a 10% or 9% mark. It's just kind of bouncing around in that area. But the individual daily bars are spiking quite high. And then, you know, as time goes by, more results come in. That data sort of settles down, but it's not declining, what we would like to see. And the last thing I want to show is the COVID-like illness trend, which is the last tab. If you look at the left chart, same thing. We had a peak in July, came back down as if it were hitting a bottom somewhere, and then we're just kind of hovering around. It's not, the declines have stopped. This in particular, if you use a statistical analysis, there is a statistically significant change in trend occurring here. Now, to the naked eye, it looks pretty flat, great, you know, but overall, there is an uptick in this trend that's happening. So it's very hard for us to, you know, that are not dealing with this every day, to like really, you know, calculate all of that in our head and figure out what is really happening. And to make that simple, we came up with the school guidance dashboard. And again, this is guidance. It's not a mandate from a local health department in any way. But we wanted to present to you a simpler way to understand, okay, what do all these indicators tell us? How do we translate that into a learning environment? When is it safe for in-person learning? When should we try hybridized learning? And when should we go to virtual learning only? So this dashboard is a color-coded scheme, and it has the county's map obviously laid out. And we might need to kind of adjust the screen there kind of tight. And what it does is it takes all our written guidance related to schools and how to study these and apply these indicators, and it puts into a color scheme. The idea being, everybody's got a favorite indicator, right? They want to look at case rates, or they want to look at a trend, or they want to look at only COVID-like illness. I have a lot of people that just like to follow death data, because to them that's more significant. So we went through and looked at a lot of different health departments all across the country who were working with schools on giving guidance, and we mirrored after that guidance. And as you can see, and the dashboard has been around for 2-3 weeks. We've had times where a lot of our county school districts and school zones were in the yellow, and the recommendation was that would allow for hybridized learning. Some people learn in person, some kids learn in virtual environments. Nowhere did we find a green spot yet, because the data did not support that it was low enough somewhere in our community to be absolutely safe to bring everybody back to school like we did in the pre-COVID environment. But over the last 2 weeks, things have actually been changing. And if you recall, there was an original discussion, there was a health authority order made that, schools should stay in virtual learning mode till about 28th of September, because we were worried, what is Labor Day going to bring? And some of that is coming to fruition. Last week, we had an indicator that was starting to uptick. That was the positivity rate, and it hit 10%, it came back down, and hit 10%, came back down, and we just happened to catch it right on the day we were updating the dashboard, and it turned red. But there was a lot of calls made to us like, hey, it was supposed to be red only when it was above 10%. So we're like, okay, well, that's true. We did say that. So we, changed the color coding back to yellow. But this week, what we found is COVID-like illness is trending up. And so it's turned back red again. And some of these indicators can be broken down to the school zone level. So like, for example, case rate can be broken down and some other things. But some of the indicators, it's just data becomes irrelevant when you try to break it down, and sometimes even not available at that granular of a level. So like, for example, this COVID-like illness, it's available at a county level. So that means the entire county schools currently are showing red, meaning the recommended learning environment is in a virtual learning mode. Now that doesn't mean, the data just changed on Monday and it turned red. That doesn't mean we just stop all our plans and on a flip just close everything down. As we were very gradual and cautious in getting to the point where we are, we need to be very gradual and cautious about changing our decision. So continue to plan, but also have a plan B. What we're trying to say is let this data sort of educate us over the next 3 weeks. If it turns back yellow or turns green, okay, good. If it stays red over the next 2-3 weeks, well, maybe then we reevaluate, is it really a good idea to bring everybody together, teachers, kids, all of those folks, back into an in-person learning environment? And you'll probably find indicators that are telling you no, that's not a good idea. But again, if the indicator starts supporting it and we find yellow zones and green zones in our school districts and in school zones, yes, absolutely, those areas can consider different learning options. And again, I want to reiterate, this is not a mandate from the health department in any way. This is guidance for you all to make a decision. The decision remains with the school board on how to operate their schools, certainly with input from parents and teachers and everybody else. And as you can see, the plan is very well laid out. Again, I want to commend the work that has been done. But currently, there's data showing us that there's trouble brewing. Once we get to around 2-3 weeks from Labor Day, we will know for sure if the cases are spiking or not. I can tell you that over the last maybe 2 weeks or so, we were on a daily basis, maybe around 200, 250 cases. Today, we saw 440 plus cases occur. So it's upticking a little bit. Another thing to remember, if you select Fort Worth ISD, the data for Fort Worth ISD at the ISD level is showing a case rate of 122 per 100,000. Now, that's another, White House task force actually described that as a red zone rate. So they had two criteria for any community, that if your case rate is over 100 cases per 100,000 residents, that's a red zone, that's a hot zone of COVID activity, and it's independent of positivity rate. If your positivity rate is above 10%, then that alone can also cause you to be a red zone. And we are above both pretty much in those scenarios. On the dashboard, it shows 9.2, but that data was from Saturday. It's a snapshot in time. I know we've had more positivity show up this week. So and when it updates, that other indicator is going to turn yellow. So in case of Fort Worth ISD, currently there's two indicators that are red and a third one about to go red. So that tells you there's trouble brewing. So be very, very cautious with your decision. Don't have to change it right away, but just observe and watch the data and let that guide you in making your decision. So that's all I have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have on related to COVID or how we're using the data or anything else you may want to know about schools reopening or any other questions.
Okay. Want to open up the floor for questions from the board? Yeah? Oh, sorry, couldn't see that. Trustee Dar, thank you.
I see Ashley has had her hand up, but I think you're on mute, Ashley.
So we'll go Trustee Dar first, and then we'll come to Trustee Paz.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tanisha. This is very awkward speaking in a mask and a microphone. Can you hear me okay? Just a quick question. Are you a parent?
Yes,
Okay.
I think it.
And would you send your children to school right now in person?
No. I have two of them that are school age and both are in online learning. Our family's decision, we're not comfortable sending kids to school till there's a COVID vaccine and it's proven to work. So they're going to stay in online learning till the vaccine comes around. And I would like to share with you, my wife goes crazy trying to teach these kids at home. So we're going through the same thing that a lot of the parents are. I get home after very long days, and here's your kids because they're driving me insane. It's the truth. We're all going through it.
Okay, and so considering that we've heard data or heard stories that this virus doesn't affect children as significantly as it does adults, would you be comfortable with your spouse being in a school building teaching?
I'm sorry, I didn't fully understand the question. Could you repeat that?
Would you be comfortable with, we've heard data and we've heard information that the virus is not quite as intense, or nor does it affect children in the same way that it does adults, especially adults as they age, or adults with underlying medical conditions. Would you be comfortable with your spouse in a school building teaching a group of children?
You know, so there's a lot of commentary regarding it doesn't impact the kids. There's studies coming out. In fact, there was an article out related to CDC conducting 2 or 3 different studies, and it is being shown that kids do get the disease and they are efficient carriers back to family members. And obviously to school teachers, we're in close settings with the kids. Now, are there ways to mitigate this? Yes. I mean, you know, we talked about a variety of things that your plan lays out. You know, entry screening at the school bus, entry screening at the schools, doing an online questionnaire every morning to weed out kids that may be obviously symptomatic. There's a lot of talk, and quite honestly, I would like your help as the school board to quite honestly raise the voice to our governor's office that we need rapid testing available for schools. Because that way, in theory, you could deploy a rapid test every morning and kids coming into school could get tested. It's a very resource-intensive task. Is it realistic? I don't know. But in theory, it's being touted that, that can be done. But as you can see, it's very, very hard to implement some of these things. And if I was a teacher, yes, I would be worried because I'm responsible for 20, 25 kids in my classroom. And, as a parent, I've gone through this. I mean, I'm sure teachers go through this too. As we open schools in the fall every year, don't we all get sick once in a while? Some kids come into their classroom, they've got a runny nose or a cough, next thing you know, teacher's sick, parents at home are sick. It's just reality. And what we've got out there right now is significant levels of COVID illness in our community. Does that create a scenario, a risk for teachers and parents and grandparents at home? It does. That was the reason for our worry about schools reopening. But overall, I got to tell you, the backdrop has supported a hybridized reopening for the last 2 or 3 weeks. Just this week, things have turned against it. But if you don't take just 1 week into account, hybridized learning scenario is still a possibility because it allows you to implement your safety plan where not everybody is packed into the classroom, not everybody's packed into the school buses. It allows you to social distance at school and try out what happens. Again, not every school zone is eligible for it. And I got to reiterate, in the Fort Worth School District as a whole, at least 2 indicators are telling us no. In certain school zones, like Pascal High School and a few others, there's 3 indicators telling us no. So there's a lot of things that you have to consider before we try any of this.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next, I believe we have Trustee Paz. Wants to ask a question?
Thank you, President Ramos. I'm not sure if you can actually hear me or not. I think my video is on a little bit of a delay. So, but I think that I'm just going to ask my question. So first of all, thank you, Anne. Your first question was actually my first question. So I wanted to know, what would the medical expert do with his own family? And I really appreciate you first taking the time to be here to speak to our board, and then also sharing that feedback with us. I know it's difficult to answer personal questions like that, so thank you for your candor. And I also appreciate you addressing the question about children, the theory that children don't necessarily get COVID as much or as often, or it's not as prevalent, or it's not as serious. And I also had a question about that. So I know that, we have had, or there have been additional studies that have come out, which you've referenced. What other new information has come out about the passage of COVID? Because I know that there's also been some additional discoveries around whether or not it's actually airborne. It's first like the aerosol versus just the particles, sort of like a cough or sneeze.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about it. I know that WHO did call that, scientists should agree that this does spread, through the air as well, not just droplets. And, if you look at it, I mean, there's been quite a few eminent scientists like Dr. Fauci that it does have some degree of transmission through the air. Now, it's been hard to account for it. I'm not quite sure what's been the issue. If you look at SARS itself, which is the original virus that we had back in 2003-4 timeframe, it was primarily airborne, and it traveled through air conditioning systems in hotels and hospitals, all this type of things. This illness has, it's SARS-CoV-2. It's the same family of viruses, similar type of features. milder version of SARS, I would say. You know, we haven't had like clear evidence to show, like we haven't had settings that are closed environments and suddenly a lot of cases occurred because people were just sitting in a room. So that tells me that it's more droplet-borne, not airborne. But again, you know, there's been a lot of evidence, scientists calling that there is some degree of airborne transmission, so it gives me concern. But what we've heard from the CDC in general is that treat this as a droplet airborne illness, just like we do with the flu. Wash your hands, clean high-touch surfaces, wear a face mask, maintain a 6-foot distance, and those things seem to be working well. I mean, in reality, once the governor's order kicked in mid-April, and at the end of April, all of the local orders expired because his order said that governor's order is supreme, no local orders will apply. After that, he gave local the authority to issue a mask-related order, very limited authority, and that applied in July, like right around 4th of July. No other real policy changes have been made. And to see our data drop, even though it was a slow and very, you know, very slow, painfully slow drop, it worked. So that tells me that there is good evidence that it's a droplet, spread illness, that just a simple act of wearing a mask is really cutting down on the transmission rate in our community. Now, it's a very delicate balance, right? If people don't follow other advice, like they continue to gather in large numbers, there is always risk of spread. And that's where schools come into play, right? I mean, if you open in person and we don't or ease ourselves into that different way of operating, there are possibilities of a outbreak. I can't name names, but I can tell you there are schools experiencing outbreaks to the point where they have a handful of cases and a couple hundred contacts or more, and they're having to make a decision about what do we do. Next day, they're probably not going to be open. So there are things happening right here in our community, schools that got a little bit of a head start from you guys in in-person learning. They're finding out that this is not an easy thing to work through.
Great, thank you so much. And then I only have one other question, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. So I know that we had kind of a slow start. Everywhere had a slow start with testing. Where are we now as far as the availability and our capacity for testing? And then you had mentioned the rapid testing, and I agree, we need that, and I will do what I can to help advocate for that. So can you explain a little bit about the difference in the three different types? So there's the rapid testing and the saliva testing, which I think that is I don't know. And then there's just the traditional test. So can you help us understand a little bit about the testing? And then, do we need more testing? Do we need, how does access to testing impact our infection rates?
Yes. So one thing I want to reassure you, things are quite a bit different from a testing availability standpoint of what we saw. Even around Memorial Day, testing was tight. Now there's ample testing capacity in Fort Worth alone, and we're talking publicly supported government-run locations. So Tarrant County partnered with City of Fort Worth, and we now have at least 3 fixed locations. One is at J.P. Elder Middle School. Another one is at Dickey's Arena, and the third one is at TCC South Campus on Joby Rushing Road. There's a parking lot 5 and 6, and we have those fixed locations. Now the J.P. Elder and the Dickey's Arena, they run 4 days a week, Tuesday through Friday, and the TCC South runs 3 days a week, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And those are fixed locations. And then there are 8 mobile locations that the Fort Worth Fire Department and a few other city staff in partnership with us, they rotate around different parts of Fort Worth. Como Community Center, there's Scarborough, Hanley Field, there's a few other locations that come to mind. So there's 11 testing locations that are publicly supported, meaning government-run locations. And there are probably another 30 or so private testing locations. And a lot of this information is available on our dashboard. There's actually a map that you can see a lot of these locations at. So testing capacity is not an issue. Just from a government-run testing site, we have close to 2,500 appointments available on any given day. So there's a lot of testing availability. Now, types of different tests. That's a different question. So the gold standard of testing for COVID has been the PCR test, which is run in a lab. It takes, at least within the lab, 6 hours or so to actually get through the whole process. And that's the test that we've been using, and there's a variety of ways to actually run or collect the sample. There's the nasopharyngeal swab, that long stick that goes to the back of the nose, or oropharyngeal, you can get to the back of the throat. And then people didn't like it, so they came up with a nasal swab that goes to the outside of the, the nares, if you will. And you can actually do that one self-administered because that's easy. You just stick a cute tip up your nose and get a swab sample done. Or there's the cheek swab where you can rub around in the inside of the cheek. And now there's that saliva test. And in Fort Worth, we're primarily, at least from the government standpoint, we're primarily doing the saliva testing. It's very easy. You spit in a test tube and you send the same test tube to the lab. They run a PCR. We get a confirmed result back. That's the most accurate one. And then there's been this rapid testing. You all heard about that Abbott ID now, or the CFID test. A lot of the Walgreens, CVS's, all these retail locations were using that. It's the 15-minute test. It uses PCR technology, so the technology is very good. It's just that the time that the test is supposed to run is only about 15 minutes. So if you get a very strong case, like an obvious positive, it's very good at catching that. But if it's like somebody's like early on in their illness or a very mild case, it does tend to miss a few of those because you only gave it 15 minutes to actually find what the test actually finds in the lab for 6 hours, right? So that's kind of in a simple terms, that's how to explain between that rapid test and what we do in the lab. But then testing technology has been rapidly evolving. We've talked about the antibody test coming out, and there's limited use of that in diagnostics. We should not really rely on that. It may be useful in terms of looking for immunity, and especially if the vaccine is going to come around, after the vaccine, did it work, not work? That might be a good way to find out. But the new test that I'm talking about, it's a antigen test that has been used recently. It's still in a swab form. They haven't yet come out with the saliva version of it. But they have now come out with this almost a $5 cassette, if you will, that you do the swab, you stick it into the cassette. It's a point-of-care test. And in about 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes, you get a result. It's a different technology. In other diseases, we've used this as a diagnostic. It's about 85, 90% accurate. It's a good enough test to tell us in a rapid way and to be able to mass deploy in settings like schools that, can I keep 90% of the disease out of my setting? And because it's so cheap, $5, versus the other tests that are $100, $130 range on average, there is that potential that it could be mass deployed in schools and in businesses where people come in every morning. They could, be screened at entry. What I'm hoping for is that somebody comes with a $2, $3 test that you can do at home, almost like a pregnancy test. You get a little cassette, instead of urinating on it, so a lot of us sit on it, and you get a result. That would be a game changer where we could do every morning. Before I go to work, I do a test. I'm negative, so I keep going. But if I turn back positive on a certain day, I stay home or I seek healthcare elsewhere. So that's kind of my utopia would be to have that kind of rapid testing capability deployed. But the antigen test that is there, the $5 one, there's been a lot of talk. My understanding is that the Abbott company produced at least 150 million of those, and the federal government picked those up. And the idea was to deploy them to governors with states that had COVID issues, and we certainly qualify as one. Second criteria was they should have been hit with a natural disaster, so they offered that to Louisiana and Texas. And my understanding was that there was originally a cachet of about 50,000 or so coming in, but later they were going to get like 15 million coming into Texas. So the reason I asked you for help is that they may be looking at other hotspots in the state. We're a huge state. But if we are reopening our schools and we're in the Metroplex, if you all help me raise our need that we certainly need this test here, that would be certainly something that gives us a lot more comfort if we can deploy it in a school setting, whether we do it as a daily screening test or we do it like, okay, this school has a few cases occurred or this school has a high issue occurring, let's deploy it there and get testing done. There's a lot of potential to have results rapidly. So that's my interest in that, and that kind of explains the background on where we are along.
Okay. Now we have a question by trustee CJ Evans.
Thank you, President Ramos. My question is for Dr. Scribner, though, so I don't know if we want to lump the medical questions together. I can wait if the other questions are
Okay.
for the county.
Yeah, why don't we just go ahead and wrap up with him, and then that way he needs to move on about his day, we can do that. So trustee Toby Jackson?
Thank you, President Ramos. I have quite a few questions, and I want to thank you for being here. I really do. Thank you for the time. First, it's my understanding your data has a 3-week lag time. Is that correct?
So the case reports, where we update the numbers every day, they come in every day, but from time of testing to public health getting that report, an average delay is about 6 days. So 6-7 days have already gone by before we even find out that there's a case. And sometimes it gets longer, 8 days or 9 days. What you may be referring to is that on the dashboard, we have asked that you ignore the recent 2 weeks of data, and we've taken it to T-3 weeks to show you more stable data. So that way, if we show you the rate today is 50 per 100,000, we don't want you to come back and find out tomorrow that it jumped to 100 per 100,000 because more data came in. Usually about T-3 weeks, data has stabilized enough to not have a huge change. Does that occur? Yes. You've all heard us get frustrated. Suddenly a certain lab would dump 50,000 results to the DSHS database, and then we get our share, and it changes our numbers. But that occurs rarely. So that's why we came with that T-3 week on just that one indicator, is the case count and the rate. Other indicators are very, very current. COVID-like illness is about 3 days behind. Same thing with the other positivity rate is about 3 days behind. So we update it on a weekly basis. Every Monday we make an update, and the data is current till Saturday. And then same thing with the hospital data. It's about 3 days behind because we update it on a Saturday, and you're seeing that update on a Monday.
Thank you. And we have to stay ahead of the game here. Do you have any means of predicting the next trend?
No, we can't predict, but given what we've seen, every major holiday has created an uptick. Memorial Day did that, 4th of July did that. I don't expect Labor Day to be any different. And we're already seeing a turn in the trend. What's different is that it's slowly turning. And I really credit the mass use by our community that is causing a slow turn. I am worried that we're going to get a lot more cases over the next couple of weeks, but I hope that it doesn't turn into a major spike like what we saw around 4th of July. That's all I can tell you, that there is a real anxiousness among public health staff that we're at the precipice of a change in trend. And then when we get there, I don't know if it's going to back down. I don't know if it's going to get into the cooler weather and just take off. There's just no way to predict it. We're just waiting and watching and being very cautious about it.
Thank you. CLI, or COVID-like illness, it's going to increase now because of RSV, or respiratory syncytial virus, and other viral diseases. So can we really utilize CLI? Because I didn't see that there's a threshold. Like with ILI or influenza-like illnesses, the baseline, I think, is 3.8, where we start realizing we have a lift in flu. But I'm having a hard time understanding CLI and you've done a great job of explaining it, but maybe that question helps you help me a little bit.
Sure. So the reason we don't have a threshold established, because like on the influenza-like illness we have a baseline established that we use every year. The reason is this virus is so new. I mean, we've had it only 6 months. We don't have enough data to tell you what is the baseline for this virus. So we're plotting it for you guys and everybody every day. We know that it trended up, and we know that it has trended down. We just don't know what the bottom of this thing is. I mean, what are going to be regular levels in our community? We have no way to know that for now. It will be a while before we study the trend patterns on this and establish a baseline. And there are things that are changing. Like with influenza, we have vaccine, we have antivirals, we have a couple of vaccine candidates under study, and we have a couple of antivirals that are being tried in the hospitals, but nothing out for public use. All we have are public health measures. So that's why there's no baseline established, because once we have a vaccine, it might create a new baseline where everything's lower because the vaccine works. So a lot to be seen. Currently, there's only trend patterns on that indicator to identify whether the trend has been up, down, or flat. And that's why we don't rely on just one indicator. Now, COVID-like illness is a good indicator. It leads the pack most of the time. If there's a change in COVID-like illness trend, we see change occurring in hospitalizations, we change occurring in case rates. And it started to like sort of flatten out and move up about 2-3 weeks ago. And as we can see, similar patterns developed on hospitalizations, similar patterns developed on our case count chart. So it is doing a good job. It's just that on its own, it's hard to rely on one indicator.
Thank you. And then another question is, and I appreciate what you've done on your website with regard to schools, and thank you. But for instance, one school, I Am Terrell, it borders the homeless district, and none of the kids that attend there live in that area, but yet that school's red. So as long as the entire city is red, we could assume that I Am Terrell is red, but I'm interested in tracking those teachers that work there every day and the kids that attend there every day. And that makes me think of other schools where we have specialty programs. And I just want the public to be aware of the fact that just because a school is red, that is that neighborhood zone, and it might not be the microcosm that is that school. Is that correct, or am I oversimplifying?
I didn't understand all of your question because the audio was a little muffled, but what I can tell you is that when the entire county is showing red, that means that the county level indicator somewhere, either COVID-like illness or hospitalization rate or something of that sort, like a positivity rate, that indicator we could not break down to a school zone level, so it's applying at the county level. There's just no other good alternative. But there are indicators that we have broken down to the school zone level and shown trend data on those. And they can guide you, especially when there are reds and yellows, then really it can help you differentiate. Like, I wish I could show you the dashboard from last week, but it had certain school zones in Fort Worth ISD. There was only like maybe 2 high school zones that were in the red and rest were in the yellow. And there are real reasons why those high school zones were in the red. Those pockets in that community had high number of cases. The case rate is very, very high. Those are hot spots in our community, and it was showing up in the school zone. It's showing up in our city map on our other dashboard. It's showing up in our zip code map on our other dashboard. So there's a lot of different ways we've looked at it, and it's truly hotbeds of activity. Now, one might argue, so why am I worried about that? And the reason is those kids and their families live in that zip code and in those hot zones of COVID activity. So if they come back to school, very likely the disease is going to come into the school and it's going to be hard to keep out. So that's sort of the logic behind this. It gets sort of masked when county level indicators turn red and it's like, okay, everybody's red, what do we do? And there's no real perfect way to do this. We're all kind of trying to do this and learn together.
Thank you very much.
Next, I believe we have Trustee Brookins. Like to ask a question.
Yes, I have several questions, but I'm just gonna stick to this one for right now. Before I came to the meeting today, I actually had my mind made up of what I was gonna say, but after looking at the data, I'm a little bit concerned. Since we don't have the rapid testing, like you suggested with the saliva, just a little while ago, if a student tests positive, comes to school, tests positive, will the whole classroom be quarantined and have to be sent home for 14 days, or what is the recommendation for that process?
Yeah, so it depends on how well the plan has been followed, right? I mean, if you look at our guidance, I know some of these things are very hard to achieve, but there was a logic behind it. We wanted students to be cohorted in groups of 5 or less, right? So if you have a 20-student classroom, they get assigned seating in pockets of 5. That way, if they stay there and this one student is positive, your contacts are limited to those 5 and not the entire class of 20, right? And there's also a lot of conversation in our guidance about limiting their movement in the school, which in elementary grades is probably more possible than in higher grades, right? And in high schools, they're all over the school. They're in different classes and all that kind of stuff. Doing a one-way traffic in the hallway, making sure they're wearing masks. We even recommended in our guidance that the lunch be brought to the classrooms instead of students going into a lunchroom. And the reason was, if you let students all over the school and they've either asymptomatic or were mildly thinking, they had allergies, and 2 or 3 days later we find they had COVID, we've been all over the school. And there are hundreds of contacts. The one scenario I was talking about today, there's hundreds of contacts. So, we just want to make sure that we avoid those situations. And to avoid that, it becomes very hard, almost to the point of being impractical. And so it's a hard balance to achieve. So it's not an automatic that one student tests positive, the entire class is sent home. It's if we can identify who their close contacts are. And the definition of the close contact is somebody who spends 15 minutes or more in less than 6 feet of this person who's ill. Now, in a classroom setting, that's probably going to be your entire class and probably the teacher, unless the teacher is sitting behind a plexiglass shield and not moving, right? A lot of teachers like to walk around the class and help the students. So it becomes very hard to answer that question, and in reality, real life still occurs. We're human. It's hard for us to change the way we have been trained for years. We're human.
Okay. So yesterday, the CDC reported that kids that attend daycares can spread the virus to adults. Even if Fort Worth ISD did everything possibly right, what about the families that have children who attend daycares?
Yes, that is true. Absolutely. The risk is always there. If you have them in daycare, or if you have them in now there's other avenues, like because we're doing virtual learning, there are virtual learning assistance centers that are open. Every setting where you bring a group of people together is a risk scenario. All we can do is try to minimize that risk. There is only one scenario that is low risk or zero risk, and that's in a virtual learning environment. At least from a school setting standpoint, you stay home. So if I'm sick today, how am I affecting you guys? I'm not. I'm talking to a camera, right? But if I was sitting there in a chair next to you guys at the board meeting, I have the potential of spreading it to you because I'm talking, droplets are coming out and they're floating in the air. Somebody could be there who's got an underlying illness. They might have diabetes, they might have heart disease, they might have other issues, might be a cancer survivor. And, I might be fine with a mild allergy-like symptoms, and this other person could get it and die. So it's happened in our community. Trust me, we look at this data and we just can't, ignore it because we live this every day. And that is the real truth, that this is a serious illness. If you look at the flu, on an average year, it kills about 36,000 people in the United States. On a good year, we might get away with 10,000. On a bad year, we get as high as 70, 80,000 deaths. That is despite the fact that we have vaccine, we have Tamiflu, like antivirals, and many others. COVID has been around for 6 months, 194,000 deaths. So it's a very, very serious illness, and the risk is there every time you bring two people together. One is ill and one is not, there's the risk of spread.
Yeah, this is, like you said, it's a very serious disease, and this is a big decision. And I pray whatever decision that we make, that our children are safe. And, we're going to do the best that we can to keep them safe, whether we start, today or on the 28th. But yeah, this is a very, very big decision, and yeah, I'm praying for our children.
I agree.
Thank you, Trustee Brookins. Trustee Dar has another question.
This is a quick question. What is the price point for a rapid COVID test? There's some practicality we need to consider.
Yes. So the rapid tests that are currently available, they run in about $100 range, is my understanding.
For one test?
We have been dealing mostly with the full PCR, and that's about $100 to $130. I don't know the retail pricing of the rapid test, but I've seen and questions have been asked about rapid tests being available in grocery store settings and other settings. I believe they're running about $100. What I'm hoping for is the availability of that $5 test, because trust me, from a public health standpoint, that gives me a lot of hope that we can flood our community with testing capability. That way, people can easily find out about their status and stay home. I wish we can just talk to the governor's office and make Fort Worth #1 priority. That would be so great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Trustee Paz has another question.
Okay, this is my last question, I promise. Actually, I'm not gonna promise. I'll almost promise. Okay, so you've mentioned several times you've mentioned these hotspots that we have in our community. Just for the people watching, can you let us know, can you just briefly mention what those hotspots are? And then more specifically, has the county health department been able to look into what the cause is for these places that we're having hotspots and why we're seeing disproportionate impacts in some communities? And then also, I would like to know, just because we have you here, what are some things that we can do individually as elected leaders for some of these communities? And then also, and I'm sure you've been communicating with the school district, but just so we know, what are some things that we as a school district can do to help communicate, or other strategies that we might be able to do since we're in all of these communities?
Mm-hmm. Yes, so I don't have the zip codes memorized, but there's one zip code in North Fort Worth, 76106, I believe. That's been a well-known hotspot for a while, several weeks in a row. We've had issues there.
And that's Diamond Hill, I think.
Yes, Diamond Hill area, that's right. And then there's been another one right around TCU, that area. And there's another one in South Fort Worth. I forget the zip code, but it's available on our map on our dashboard. If somebody wants to pull that up, we can zoom around on that. But the reason for this, it's a population density illness, right? More people that we have together, more likely we're going to have an illness or an outbreak related to it. That's one issue. Second, from the very beginning of this pandemic, it has come to our attention that it's disproportionately affecting, people of color. Mm-hmm. So African American community, Hispanic community has been impacted more. And I can tell you in our data, as we were staying home, it was obvious that it was more like towards the African American community. And if you look at it, the rate of illness, underlying conditions, chronic illnesses, blood pressure, heart disease, diabetes is higher in that community. And COVID was really bringing that to life because it's impacting people with underlying illnesses with a more severe outcome. And as we started moving around in the community and the economy reopened, it went from affecting people that were older with underlying health conditions to people that are young and healthy but out and about in the community. And we saw like the younger age group, like 15 to 45, get more cases. And a shift occurred from the African American community to the Hispanic community. So if you look at the distribution in the population as a whole, our Hispanic community in Fort Worth is generally younger. Now, that's one of the reasons that we're finding. But there are other factors at play. There are cultural practices, large group gatherings, working together in teams, multi-generational living. A lot of those factors are coming into play in that scenario. A young kid may go home and grandma's home taking care of that child. Now, that grandma could come down ill with a serious illness, right? So those are the type of things that we're seeing, a change in our community. And that's also kind of the underlying reason behind these different hotspots in our communities. They're African American communities or Hispanic communities in Fort Worth that are predominantly with that racial ethnic distribution, and we're seeing those stay as hotspots of activity.
Okay, I think that might be all the questions from the board. We appreciate you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Trustee Jackson has another question.
Thank you, President Ramos. I do have a question. You mentioned having 5 students sit together. That prompted a thought, and that is pool testing. How do you feel about pool testing for surveillance?
I didn't understand. Could somebody move closer to the microphone?
How do you feel about pooled testing versus testing every child every day? Is that what you're referring to when you say 5 kids together?
Yes, that is a very astute question, so thanks for bringing that up. We've actually been trying to work with our lab that does the saliva testing and encourage them to do a EUA with the FDA about pooled sampling of that. I know that there are other labs that do the nasal test, the nasal swab. They have gotten FDA approval. It's very... I don't see it being very practical to apply the nasal test in a school setting, especially with young children. Older ones may hold still and actually get a nasal swab done. The younger ones are not going to like it. So we're hoping to get that pooled saliva test approved. But it does change the game, right? Instead of having to deploy a rapid test to do a class of 20, you could do a saliva test for the class of 20. And to keep the cost low and the results coming back faster, it could be pools of 5. They could, in the lab, pool together the saliva samples of batches of 5 or so, or 4. And then if a batch tests back positive, they've already got the individual vials of saliva, and they can go back and test which kid is actually positive. So that's a very quick way. It's one of the recommendations from the White House Task Force. If y'all remember, we got alerts that DFW is in the red zone, and there are some things that we should do differently. That was one of the recommendations, that we should be looking at pooled saliva or pooled testing for COVID-19. So we're trying to get there, but then this rapid test came into play, and just the cost of it was very appealing. So we'll see which one comes first. If pooled samples come first, we'll take that. If the rapid test comes out first, we'll deploy that. There's other benefits of doing the rapid test. It can be used as an entry screening measure. Ultimately, if we get the one that you can do at home, that would be so great, because then you can do it before you even enter the school bus, right? You do it, show it to the driver, I'm positive or negative, and then you enter the school bus. I mean, I know I'm thinking like it's utopia, and it's probably going to be very hard to implement, but there is certainly good potential there.
Thank you so much.
Just to make sure, is that all the questions from the board? Okay, I believe so. Thank you, Dr. Tanaha. Appreciate you joining us for a very worthwhile discussion. Now I'm going to come to Trustee Evans. I believe you had a question for Dr. Scribner.
Yes, thank you so much. First, I just wanted to say on slide 18, we talked about the school-age children coming with the parents. I think that's a nice way to accommodate our teachers where we can. And then slide 15, could you distinguish between the difference between a teacher's role when one student has COVID or the whole class is quarantined? Is there a difference?
Yeah. Thank you, Trustee Evans. I think the difference when it comes to that situation would be the teacher would possibly be remotely working with the entire class. If the entire class had to quarantine, the teacher would be in that same situation. In the situation where there would be one student, what we want to prioritize is our teacher staying connected with their student if the student has to quarantine. So that teacher, while they are working with their students, however they are learning either virtually or remotely, that one student would transition to the other format. We just wanted to make it clear that their classroom teacher would continue working with that student while they were quarantined.
Staying connected during that
Yes,
time?
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next we have a question by Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Ramos. So my question is about is pertaining to the teaching aspect. So I know that you mentioned about teachers being able to teach the one time doing the in-person learning as well as virtual simultaneously. At least that's what I was taking away. Can you walk me through what that actually looks like in practicality?
Certainly. So I want you to think about the experience our students are receiving right now virtually. And I know many of you have children or family members that are experiencing our virtual learning right now. Hopefully you've either seen our sample model lessons that we have out there for teacher support this first 6 weeks, or you've seen your students participating in some of the pre-recorded lessons that their own teachers are providing to the students. I think our plan is to follow a flipped classroom model. A flipped classroom model being, regardless if you are in person or virtual, your initial instruction, your core instructional time comes from pre-recorded lessons. So students that are receiving instruction virtually, or students that are receiving instruction in person, will get the same initial lesson from their teacher, pre-recorded, and then the classroom time will be time for the teacher to extend, to do group work, to provide assignments, to work with individual students if needed, to clarify anything that may have come up from that initial teach. The big difference that we want to make when we talk about this is one instructional piece, is that students that are in person or virtual have the same assignments, have the same work, have the same expectation. Teachers can deliver that in the same format that we've been preparing them for. Remember, our asynchronous plan, our virtual instruction plan is an asynchronous plan. While we've been 100% virtual, we've been able to provide some increased synchronous time. That transitions to the class schedule. That synchronous time is that class schedule. What we want to work with our teachers on is for them to understand that you don't have to take time out of that schedule to re-deliver instruction. If you've provided your video, your pre-recorded instruction, you can work with students, whether they be in the classroom themselves or virtually, to extend that learning and not have to re-deliver the instruction at different at a time. Hopefully does that make sense?
Somewhat. So,
Okay.
so a student in person would view the video recording when they got to the class.
The intent would be that students would see the videos before they get into class. It could possibly be that we do have to carve out time in the instructional time so that students are watching the video. You know, we've got a lot of teachers that are doing a check-in at the beginning of the class period where they are outlining for the students, here's what our plan for the day is, here's what our learning is. giving the students time to watch the video and then press pause on the video and go practice. So we can work through what that would look like in the actual class period. I think ideally, we wouldn't want to take, we wouldn't want what's happening in the classroom to be at a different time than what's happening for students that are virtually. So it could be the first 15, 20 minutes of the time is to make sure the video is seen by all students, and then its extension by the teacher at that time.
Sure, I mean, because anything else, it would almost have to be homework by even the in-person student.
That is ideally the model of flipped classroom, is the video is ready the night before. The homework for the students is to watch your instructional lesson so that when you come to class the next day, you're ready to practice, to have guided practice, to extend with your teacher. And so the teacher's time is spent more on how do I make sure all of my students, whether in person or virtual, understand the concepts, instead of I'm upfront teaching during the class time.
Mr. Phillips, can I just add a little bit? We like to do the why behind it. And there could be other options, especially for elementary, and that's why our parent survey is so very important. Because right now we need to plan for numbers of parents who choose in person versus virtual. So when we were looking at trying to find, and we actually spoke to our principals about this as well last Wednesday during our sessions, 5 hours worth of principal feedback sessions, which were fantastic to get their feedback. But we're really actually trying to find a learning platform that is just not immediate, but that we can put in place if we have to quarantine a student, quarantine a classroom, or have to, at some point, even maybe close a campus. When we look at the flipped classroom model, the teachers and the students are used to be together. If a teacher or if a student for some reason has to quarantine, they're able to go to their home and quarantine, but still be able to dial in and receive the same instruction and be with the same students and the same teacher they've been used to. If a whole classroom has to quarantine, then of course, then at that point, they would still be receiving that same instruction from that teacher as well. So we also, when we're looking at our numbers for in-person, we have to balance what our classrooms would look like. And some have asked us to run like 2 schedules, like a virtual only schedule and then an in-person only schedule. But then you're talking about, you're looking at putting more kids into a classroom if you do 2 separate schedules. Where if you're running a flipped classroom model, a teacher may only have 10 in person for that class and maybe 10 at home. So then we're able to provide social distancing in the classroom as well for that model. So we're thinking of all scenarios in this case. And then you have to remember that a parent has the option every 6 weeks to change if they want to be in person or virtual. So that means if you, for some reason, decide to do a virtual teacher and in person, that child would then be switching teachers every 6 weeks. Because under TA's guidelines, a parent has that option. So we're really trying to think about building relationships. That's that SEL, really that social, emotional of being with their teacher and knowing that student. But then also the physical well-being if we have to quarantine and do something different for a student as well.
Thank you for that. I guess next question is surrounding communication. And I understand our reporting mechanisms as far as to the state, as far as the TEA. I believe I heard that we would also be reporting to the county, if I'm not mistaken, but someone can clarify that for me. What is our communication to parents and students, saying that if a teacher, principal, or staff member in the school contracts the virus, another student, whatever the case, will our parents be alerted to what's happening on their campuses?
So we actually have, and we have to follow TA regulations as well as CDC for notification. And that's why the contact tracing is very important, because we do have to do that notification as well. We're not required to notify the entire school because we still have HIPAA laws that we have to follow. However, anyone that we do the contact tracing, we're actually working with Qualtrics to build a even larger platform to help us track all of our tracing and be able to, it's a very detailed process, even when an adult has to say that they may not even be positive, but they've been in contact with someone who's positive. We have to go through a very long process to ask them who have they been in contact with, and then all that notification takes place. So if you're asking if we notify, if let's say, if you were a teacher at a campus and you were tested positive, if for some reason you're not my teacher and I'm not in contact with you, then I would not be notified because you still have the ability under HIPAA to have that right of only being notified if you're a contact tracer.
Well, I mean, the HIPAA aspect, and y'all may very well be smarter than me on this, so just correct me or guide me on it. That would be more about the anonymity aspect, right? I mean, because a teacher on a campus or a student on a campus that may not have been necessarily in my child's class, receiving a letter just saying that there has been a student or a person on the campus that has contracted the disease, that wouldn't be violating HIPAA, right?
That's correct.
So, I mean, again, so here we're talking about the over communication aspect that I'm talking about all the time, is that as a parent, whether the child's in my class, my student's class, or that teacher or whoever, if somebody in the building contracts COVID, I think that's pretty pertinent information to know. I mean, and like I said, I completely understand that you can't tell me it was the principal, it was the AP, it was a teacher in science. I mean, you can't do that, or it was Billy or John. But I would like to know as a parent that someone in the building has contracted it and that they're now quarantining, or whatever the case, or that we're on top of it type deal, because that's going to help in decision making, right? And whether or not I want to continue to have my child, depending on how many of those notifications I'm getting. But I don't want to be in the blind because it happened 20 times on my campus, but I was the one that needed to know. That makes sense, what I'm saying?
No, it does make sense.
It does.
And Mr. Phillips, that's definitely something that we can talk about as a team and talk about in collaboration with the board. Utilizing Qualtrics gives us the availability to be able to track it by campus. So if we choose that we want to have that type of notification, then we are prepared to do that.
Thanks so much, Gary. Appreciate y'all.
Okay. Thank you. Next, this is the order of requests I've gotten. We got Trustee Dar, then Trustee Jackson, then Trustee Paz, and then Trustee Robbins.
Thank you, President Ramos. I appreciate this report. I feel like there is additional data that I need in order to make an informed decision. The report included the fact that 52% of the 36, almost 37,000 responses we got on the parent survey indicated that they wanted to go in person, which is fine data when we're looking at things at a district level, but that doesn't break it down by campus. And so the data isn't very useful unless we know by campus who wants to return and who doesn't. And we've got half of our student population not represented in that survey. So that's concerning, because we could have some schools at 90% returning in person, and have there been conversations with administrators on those campuses as to whether or not they can accommodate 90% safely. And we have other schools where we probably have 30 or 40% that are choosing to return in person. And how are we making allowances for those schools to where they may not need as many faculty on that campus because not as many kids are coming in person, but other schools have 90% in person? I mean, it's just, and we don't have any results from the teacher survey that was provided. So are teachers comfortable coming back? What percentage of teachers want to be back in the classroom? Because I recognize that we are in the business of educating, and we should be. That's our job. That's what we do as a school district. But there is no way to do school without adults.
Sure.
We cannot. It is impossible. So that data is critical regarding how we proceed. Secondly, with the the masks, are all ages going to be required to wear masks, or is there a minimum age that is not based on the governor's guidelines?
So Fort Worth ISD, we're requiring all students to come to school with a mask on
Okay.
unless they have a medical provision.
And I understand that students with autism, students with some breathing issues, I get that, and I support that. And I also support the use of masks for all ages. I understand that not young children don't generally like to wear masks, but I spent a couple of hours with a friend of mine who has a 2-year-old, and he kept his mask on the entire time because he knew that was what was expected of him. And I feel like our students can rise to the occasion if they know that that is what is expected of them. At no point in that presentation did I see any mention of lunchtime. That time when everybody takes their masks off and chews with their mouth open. So that's concerning because that is probably when the likelihood of anything being transmitted is highest. And then you also have kids on high school campuses that are allowed to go off campus and congregate and take their masks off and eat their food and then come back to campus. Any thoughts or comments on lunchtime?
Definitely. So when we met with our principals last week, we discussed that, and every campus, of course, is different, and their makeup of their cafeteria. Our elementary principals are exploring different options. Our teachers are required to receive a 30-minute duty-free lunch. So we have to also think when we're making arrangements how we're going to accommodate to make sure that they receive their 30-minute duty-free lunch as well. That's why the parent survey numbers are extremely important, because at this point, as you said, we have some campuses that their in-person numbers are very low. So really providing accommodations for lunchtime with either doing lunch in the classroom or even spreading them out could look very different than a campus that has very high numbers. So the principals will be working with Dr. Washington, Dr. Pena, actually starting tomorrow, depending on, of course, the outcome of this evening, where they'll be working on individual campus plans that will be posted on their websites for our parents that will have the details such as lunch and breakfast, as well as arrival and dismissal and specific campus plans. And that's what we really cannot stress enough, in knowing what our parents' choices would be for virtual and in person, knowing they can have options. And just why I have the mic, Mr. Phillips, I do want to clarify, there's 2 different notices that goes out. There's a general notice that goes out by campus if someone does contract a positive case of COVID. Then, of course, if they have a contact tracing notice as well to students who may need a quarantine due to that positive contact. So let me, sorry, I need to clarify that for you. And then Ms. Starr, back to your first question, our principals do receive the individual parent results. So they're able to, starting later this week and actually next week when the survey closes, they're able to make contact with specific parents, asking them if they could answer any questions to help them make a decision. So we're working through that. We look at this every single day. It's actually a live link. Like, I'm a little bit of a data nerd, so I look at it all day constantly to see how our numbers are. And Dr. Washington, Dr. Penny have been doing a great job of really pushing the survey out to our principals as well.
Okay. Is the response on that survey considered a commitment?
No.
No, it changes. It can change at the 6 weeks, I think, as we just shared, according to TEA guidelines. But I will say Dr. Pena and I met with executive directors. We went over that survey data again today, this afternoon, with every executive director. They went over that again. It was pushed out so we can even see it by individual family. And so the principals have that data again this afternoon, and they will be reaching out to all individual families that did not complete the survey, so we can tell who have completed it and who have not completed it. And so they are reaching out again for throughout the rest of this week. And we have been we'll be working with principals again tomorrow and on Thursday On the lunch plan, as you just shared, we have the same concerns. We met throughout yesterday and today with our people with our meal services to make sure that we have a real stern plan in place to address lunchtime for all grade levels. So we are working very diligent to make sure we have a plan in place for that. So we work with that on transportation, everything that food services, PPE, COVID precautions, all of those things. Our principals will have those guidelines in place if it is the decision to return in person.
And just to add, Trustee Dar, the last 2 parent link messages that have gone out to messages have been very explicit about letting parents know that they're completing the survey does not lock them into that option. So that's been clarified on the last 2 English and Spanish parent link messages that have gone out, not just through social media, but through phone calls to the parents. And then looking at our data, to your point, we have campus-specific data from that survey where the principals are looking at that to make sure that their plans align with the number of students or parents, and then reaching out again to make sure that their plans are aligned with the number of students that are coming in person.
Thank you. And I guess I feel like I'm being asked to make a decision tonight with incomplete data. And that is, that provides a challenge for me to not have that complete data and to not, especially not have that teacher data and all that stuff. That's a part of this picture, the big picture that we need to be able to address this evening. Teachers, first of all, I want to shout out to the teachers because I have been getting some amazing feedback from parents and community members regarding the virtual learning that's being provided. And Fort Worth ISD promised a more robust online learning platform and online learning experience, and Fort Worth ISD has delivered on that. And so I commend the teachers, I commend the administrators, and I appreciate all of the work that has gone into putting that together at a central administrative level as well. It doesn't seem realistic to me to expect teachers to come back on the 28th and prepare for students to return while they're also teaching virtually, because we also know that these teachers are working very hard and very long hours to make this happen. It's not possible to get your classroom ready and safe for a group of students to return while you are also teaching virtually at the same time. And I'm wondering if we have considered moving some of our days off, a snow day or President's Day or something like that, to where teachers can at least have one full day in their classroom to get prepared without having to teach at the same time.
So I'll take this one. We did look into that because we were also had that same concern. And because we had front-loaded our flex days and the number of hours that our teachers actually participated in the flex time, many of our teachers have completed their hours. And we do not, if you look at our calendar, we really do not have holidays built in other than like a Christmas break and Thanksgiving break. Everything are considered flex days. And to make sure we get their contract days in as well as our student instructional hours. So at this time, we do not have the availability to be able to switch out a day, a snow day, because we're actually jam-packed full of our calendar and going into June, mid-June to almost, I think it's June 18th is our last day.
What about January 4th? That is not, I've got the calendar pulled up right now. That's not identified as a flex day.
It's a teacher preparation day. So that's usually when we allow our teachers to come back and have a prep day to be able to work in their classrooms. Of course, that's something that we could do. That means when they come back from a Christmas break, then they would go straight into instruction. In the past, we've gotten a lot of pushback on that when we have tried to even make it a professional development day versus a prep day. However, of course, we're open to any suggestions and to work that, and that would take a calendar change as well.
Okay, thank you. The You mentioned dividers, the plexiglass to protect the teachers. Is that already in all of the classrooms? Is it installed and ready to go?
So the dividers are actually for students. They're student dividers, and we saw a couple pictures in our presentation that we have provided for the schools and the classrooms when they're not able to social distance. But we do not have plexiglass installed in every single teacher classroom. We have worked to install plexiglass into our main offices for visitors because we will be limiting visitors on the campus. However, there are opportunities and times that we will have parents that need to come into the office area. But at this time, we do not have plexiglass, like a teacher plexiglass area. But that's why we are requiring the mask at all age levels as well for the safety of our teachers and our students.
And we've really worked on making
Sure,
sure.
you're gonna have to go closer, right?
Oh, sorry. We've also worked on making sure that the campuses and the classrooms, that we were very cognizant of the items and how they arrange their classrooms and removing excess items so that they're able to social distance their desks and have as limited items so there can be 6 feet social distancing so teachers don't have to be hopefully having that spatial distance and not have to be within that 6 feet. We're also making sure that they have that classroom space for seating arrangements and seating assignments. So, and modeling how we engage students, but also being very cognizant of engaging students, but then modeling how you engage with that distancing and monitoring how you engage students and with that being cognizant of the distancing and talking and social distancing.
Okay.
So.
Speaking of social distancing, a principal, an elementary school principal, shared this interesting statistic with me. If you have 22 kindergartners and they are all standing in line 6 feet apart, that line would be 132 feet long. And I say that because when I read that, when she shared that with me, I was like, holy moly. Because just, this is logistically a big deal to get this in place and to get it right. And I want kids back in the classroom as well. Nobody has to convince me that that is the best place for kids to learn. And I know nobody has to convince you that it is the best place to learn.
Right.
Is it the safest place to learn right now? That's what we're trying to figure out, and that's what we're deciding. But logistically, a line that is 132 feet long of kindergartners could be an issue. And I'm just going to leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Next, we have Trustee Toby Jackson.
Thank you, President Ramos. I'd like to go back to buses if we could, as the public health director was here and I had a question at that time. Is it okay? And who would answer questions about disinfecting buses?
I think Dr. Pena, myself, and I'm sure Mr. Pavazis.
Okay, so during Dr. Scribner's presentation, he stated that after the morning run, a bus would be sanitized or disinfected, and then again after the afternoon run. Sped buses run one run in the morning and one in the afternoon, but other drivers have greater than or equal to 3 routes in the morning and afternoon. Just for clarification for the drivers and for the parents, will there be disinfecting of each bus after each route, and who will do that, and what will the product be? How will that be done? We're keeping you from getting a DVT, Mr. Cavazos. We don't want you sitting too long.
If our staff can make sure you speak very loudly into the mic for Ms. Paws and Ms. Brookins to be able to hear, that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll try to do that. We actually, have been looking at this for quite a while, as everybody knows. So there'll be different methods of disinfecting. We've been disinfecting since March, and before that, before we closed down. So the disinfectant, every time we change routes, will be done through Lysol, through wiping down, very much similar to what's happening at the campuses. And then just like what will happen at the campuses, we will disinfect using our sprayers overnight and making sure that we're ready for the morning. So pretty much the same process that we hope to follow at the campuses is what we want to emulate in the buses. As we know, that's the perfect world, and I think our Tarrant County health official said Ethiopia, but that is our goal and that is our plan. That's what we have in place.
Thank you,
Hope
Mr.
that helps.
Pazos. It does help. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Next, we have Trustee Paz, and then we're going to have Trustee Robbins, and I see Trustee Brookins has raised her hand. I think Trustee Paz may be frozen. We're going to go to Trustee Robbins, and then we'll go to Trustee Brookins.
Thank you, President Ramos. I would also like to state how well our teachers have adapted to this in what I perceive to be a fairly short period of time. What the public may not realize is that most of us have been experiencing this online learning with family members, and I personally have been extremely impressed with the teacher that is working with my granddaughter. So I think they have all tried to make the best of a situation that's been very difficult, and I very much appreciate that. I'd also like to say that I feel a little Pollyannish, in that I showed up this evening hoping that we were going to be able to get all our little biddies back in the classroom, maybe as soon as next Monday. I would all that want to do that. I think that a lot of them are struggling with this particular format, and the faster we can get them involved personally, the better that will be. And logistically, I know it must take a lot to do that. So I don't realize what all the nuts and bolts are. And then at the secondary level, from a practicality standpoint, how much autonomy will the principals have? Some of our schools are huge. They have a lot of big kids that aren't going to be able to get 6 feet apart, 4 feet apart, or whatever. We're going to have to be really creative in how we get them in the building, and will they have the ability to maybe do Monday, Thursday schedules? Tuesday, Thursday schedules, Monday, Wednesday schedules. What if one school does that and another school doesn't do that? How's that going to all work from a practical standpoint?
So, Mr. Robbins, TA does give us a little bit more guidance and a little bit more flexibility for our high schools. Only high school, so we can still receive that funding. And we know we have some very large high schools, and we're looking at their parent survey numbers to see if there's other options that we can explore once we receive those. But TA does give us options if we want to cohort some grades or cohort days, that we are able to do that. It's extremely detailed planning, because you do have some kids who, of course, have extracurricular activities that they still would want to be able to be at school to participate in, and that means that sometimes a lot of our students need that transportation needs as well. But we are looking at our larger high schools, and then even looking at all of our numbers to see how many choose in person. Our principals have already started planning with their administration teams of what some of that could look like by making some of the transitions one-way hallways, as well as how can they spread out, use some other common areas to do some of the social distancing. TEA does recommend 6 feet social distancing. However, that's a recommendation, which we know is very hard to keep when you have kids anyway who tend to want to gather, but then when you're in a school building. But we don't have that much flexibility for elementary and middle school. The flexibility given to TEA has only been given to us for high school.
Thank you.
And they are working over the next 2 days. They are working collaboratively with each other, so they do have that flexibility to work together and look at each other's plans to look at best practices. So they are working together on those plans.
Thank you. And as was mentioned a little while ago, cafeterias, some of our schools, secondary schools, have a hard time handling the volume, without separation. So how in the world are they going to be able to manage something like that? I mean, I guess they could all go eat outside or something, but on a rainy day, that's not going to be a good solution.
They met over the last 2 days, they've met with Mr. Bankhead, and he gave them guidelines over what the meal prep would look like. And so they've got really good guideposts to be able to plan their meal times around. And so they'll be going over that tomorrow and Thursday with the high school principals and middle school principals, and they'll be developing those plans within those guideposts. And so that they also have that autonomy to also develop those plans and then work with their colleagues on being able to, fine tune their plans based on those guideposts, and then seeing with their colleagues to, whatever their plans, and then tweak those plans. But he's given them some really good guideposts to be able to mirror their plans off of. So we feel really confident that they're going to be able to put some plans in place based on what they've been given. And that's based on the feedback that they gave us last Thursday as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Robbins, if I could, real quick, just to recognize your comment earlier about the great job our teachers have been doing. Our teachers have been phenomenal to start this school year. The work that they've done virtually, the work that they've done to support their students in a variety of different platforms is, I put our Fort Worth ISD teachers up against anybody right now because they've done a fantastic job. We, in the transition plan that you saw earlier, we purposefully included pre-K through first grade, our youngest learners, in whatever our transition plan is back as early as possible, because we agree with you. We do need those youngest learners back in school as soon as we possibly can. Part of our plan needs to be to get our teachers back into the school buildings to prepare them for students coming back. So like you said, there are a lot of logistics to it. It would be great that if we could turn that around in a week, but I think we need to make sure, as Trustee Dar was saying earlier, we prepare our teachers to be ready for coming back in person before we bring the students back. So we want to do that as soon as we possibly can, though.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Next, we'll have Trustee Brookins, and then we'll try with Trustee Paz again.
So my question is about the buses, and it's similar to what I asked earlier about the classroom. If a student tests positive that rides a bus, will every child that rides the bus be quarantined, or what is the process for that?
So Ms. Brookins, we do have to follow the same protocol that we will do contact tracing, that if the child's been on the bus within 6-foot distance for more than 15 minutes, then we will have to follow the quarantine protocol.
There's a seating chart.
Yeah, and the buses do have a seating chart for us to follow. So every bus, we've asked our principals to also implement seating charts for classrooms, cafeteria, everything possible so that we are able to contact trace them.
Okay. I believe that was...
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Trustee Brookins. Let's try Trustee Paz again.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my computer crashed just as you called on me last time. Okay, so I'm having a really hard time hearing the responses and even some of the questions. So I apologize if these have been answered already. I'm having it's a little bit easier now, but I think if people could lean a little bit more into their microphones, because I see on the message on the chat box here that other people are having a hard time hearing. I don't know how it is for Trustee Brookins. I just wanted to say thank you to Karen for bringing that up already. So Trustee Phillips asked the question about communication to the community or to the parents and the families around when there are cases on our campuses. I saw the story on CBS that Dallas and Fort Worth are the only two districts in North Texas that are not going to be sending out notifications to campuses or communicating COVID cases to entire campuses. They're only going to be communicating with the contact tracing. I have a lot of concerns about that decision. I get, on a typical school year, I get a notification if a kid in my daughter's class has head lice. And that's, that's a parasite. It doesn't really, they're kind of gross to think about, but it's not a deadly disease by any means. But the idea that we wouldn't communicate, how many campuses or how many cases are currently have occurred on campuses, or, something as simple as this week, our campus, or today we were notified of a positive COVID case. We do not believe that your child came into contact, just kind of a generic notification that goes out to all of the parents who aren't part of that contact tracing, just so that they can be on alert. I feel like we're almost doing more work and making it harder on ourselves by saying this is how we're going to do it this way and only contact these very specific people. But I really hope that we can have a discussion about how that's going to happen. But
Ms. Paz, can I just jump in real quick, just to clarify? I'm not sure where the news story received their information, because that's actually false. I'm not sure if Dallas is doing that, but Fort Worth ISD, that is not our stance. Health Services is actually already has generated general notification letter templates that our campuses have access to. So if someone does test positive on a campus, those letters will be sent out to the campus community. As Mr. Phillips shared, we would not name the person that would test it positive. However, we would send those out to the campus community. It's also TA guidance that if a lab confirms a COVID-19 case, and if it's identified a student, a teacher, or a staff, direct supervisor, campus administrator, that those notification letters go out to all the teachers and the staff without disclosing that name. So we would follow TA guidance. I'm really not sure where that news story came from. And we will, of course, follow up with them tomorrow and ask them to retract Fort Worth ISD being a part of that news story.
Okay, that's great to hear, because I've spent the last couple of hours before the meeting just living in my downstairs brain, as they say in our SEL communities. Okay, so I have a few additional questions that I don't think have been addressed yet. How many students are we currently serving on campus in person?
Trustee Paz, we're serving actually a very few students. We're serving a dozen students at between Joe Kelly and Boulevard Heights. Those are the students who, when presented the opportunity to come back in person, actually asked to be able to do that. The majority of our students at this time in those environments actually wanted to wait until they came back in person.
Okay, and so was that option offered to all campuses, or just the campuses that specifically serve special education students?
The option was offered to start the school year for those self-contained campuses. What we did for all other special education students is we said, if as we start the school year, we're prepared to provide services virtually. Any student who is having difficulty meeting IEP goals as a part of their special education services in the virtual environment, we take the recommendation from parent, teacher, or administrator. We have a staffing for that individual student and we would set appointment times where students would come individually. I don't have for me in front of me how many students have gone through that process already within this first week or first week and a half of school. I'll be glad to get that information for you because there is the potential that some students are coming for hour appointments each day, 30 minutes every other day, different settings like that. And I'd be happy to get that information for trustees.
Okay, that's great, because one of the, the feedback that I have gotten from in-person instruction has been overwhelmingly positive, with the one exception of parents of students with special education.
Sure.
That have IEPs, that they're just really struggling with getting a lot of their needs met, and that it's, that it's clear that some of our teachers all of our teachers, I think, have overwhelmingly been just knocking it out of the park, from the feedback that I've gotten. I know that watching my two daughters interact, they've been more engaged over the last week in their education than I think they've ever been. I'm not saying that this is better for them because it's definitely not, but it has been a very pleasant surprise to see how just how engaged they are. But I do just have a lot of concerns that for our special education students that need that additional support, and they're getting it. Are y'all with me? Or
Sure. Trustee Paz, I will tell you, a week or so before we began virtual instruction, I participated in a town hall with our special education PTA. We identified for that group at that time that their evaluation specialist, either their LSSP, licensed specialist in school psychology, or diagnostician at the campus, is essentially the case manager for any students receiving special education services at that campus. That would be the person who would initiate any type of staffing or review of needs for students who are struggling to meet IEP goals. And we committed at that time that the initiation of that review could come from anyone connected with the student, a teacher, administrator, or parent. We wanted to make sure parents knew they had the ability to start that conversation at the campus. But we really have been working hard with our special education staff to look at how they are meeting all services and goals of students virtually during this first 4 weeks, but know that there are extenuating circumstances for particular students.
Okay, great. And okay, so help me understand what we're talking about with the flipped learning. And
Sure.
I'm sorry, I think that y'all might have answered this question from Trustee Dar, but this was where I had a really hard time understanding, or just hearing what was being said. So currently, my kids are staying home. They're on video sessions. Everybody's kids are at home doing virtual learning with their teachers. So I know that it's different depending on different campuses. And for the two campuses that my daughters are at, they're both spending the first 3 hours online with their teachers, and then they use the second half of the day in that asynchronous time, just watching the videos and learning on their own and doing homework. So when we go back into the schools, or send kids back in person, the students that are there in person are going to be receiving just traditional, the way that they would any other time when they're in person. But I'm not clear on my understanding of how that will impact the quality of education that those of us who, I'm not there tonight because I have an autoimmune disorder and I'm on medication that has essentially rendered my immune system worthless. So my kids can't go back to the classroom. How will their education change once their teachers when they're doing the back and forth? Will they have a different teacher than the ones that they have now, or will it be the same teacher doing the video recordings and the separate and teaching in the class? Because I thought we said that we were not going to have teachers do double duty. So I'm just, and I'm sorry, I know that you've probably said this already.
No, all good questions, Trustee Pause. I think our attempt is to keep our students connected with their teachers. I think that's one of our driving priorities in the design when we go back to this this hybrid model of some students being in person and some students being virtual instruction. I agree with you. We do not want to make our teachers do double duty. And that's where the concept of the flipped classroom comes into play. Students that are receiving virtual instruction, as we move to this hybrid model, as we have students that are in both environments, may experience a change in their schedule for the day. That's going to be the biggest impact to those students that are virtual right now. The plan here is that teachers are pre-recording their instruction. So the instruction piece, and so Trustee Paz, probably similar to some of the videos you've seen your daughters watch as a part of their instruction right now.
And those videos, I have to say, whoever the young man or the teacher is who does the third grade science or fifth grade, fourth grade, I don't remember what grade my daughter's in, fourth grade science videos talking about solids and matters is amazing. She was laughing and yelling answers out of the TV screen, and they are incredible with our instructional specialists and curriculum specialists. So.
Yeah, Rocco is a great science teacher. We've got great teachers in all of our different content areas that are doing a fantastic job. But I'll tell you, I've seen our teachers, our classroom teachers, doing the same quality of work and even more right now. So it's happening all over the district. I brought the concept of those videos up to you because that's really the foundation of how we make a flipped classroom work. Our teachers spending their instructional time. So think about when a teacher writes lesson plans and then prepares for their lesson, and then the next day they go into the classroom to deliver instruction to students. What we're wanting to support teachers to do is as they're preparing for instruction, they're actually recording those lessons. They're recording those lessons the night before so that they're available to students to watch, so that we're not waiting for the class period for the teacher to stay in front of the class the whole class period, and the instructional piece being teacher delivering or lecturing or being the content deliverer in the classroom. What we want the classroom experience for students, probably very similar to what we have a lot of our students experiencing right now in virtual, is the teacher may deliver instruction for 15 minutes or so, and then they have an assignment for kids to work on. And they'll tell students, you can jump off of the Google platform right now and work at your own pace, or you can stay on. We ask the teachers to stay in the classroom environment so that if there are questions, the students can ask the teacher or other students in that environment. And that's really what we want the classroom to turn into. We want the actual classroom time to turn into the guided practice. What we would traditionally see as homework when a student is practicing what they learned in the classroom, that's what we want to see happen in the actual classroom now, because that way the teacher is doing one lesson, one assignment, one expectation, whether you're in the classroom in person or you're at home virtual. You've seen my teaching before at your own pace, if it's the night before or if it's at the beginning of the classroom. It could be in either format. We could do both of those. But then I'm spending the majority of my instructional time actually interacting with kids. I can interact with small groups, so I could interact with my group of virtual students. When some of my in-person kids are working on an assignment, I could interact with both of them at the same time. By being able to turn the scheduled class time into that interaction, we can effectively have teachers preparing for one lesson, for one assignment and expectation each day, but meeting the needs of both our virtual and in-person learners.
Okay. And I just want to make sure I have a couple of questions, but I think they fall more under legal advice. So we are going to discuss, we are going to have a conversation with our attorneys, correct?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. That's great. Thank you so much for your answers.
Thank you, Trustee Paz. Believe next speaker is Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Ramos. I guess, so the first, when would the instructors be preparing their recorded lesson?
Yeah, we kind of leave that to the structure that our teachers are using right now. A lot of our teachers, every teacher has a planning period, a time that they prepare their lessons. A lot of our teachers choose to do that on their own time. They can do that during grade level planning time. They could do that during, we would work with our principals to support our teachers on figuring out a plan for when we could support them to do that.
Thank you for that. So if someone could walk me through, I guess, what it looks like as we contract cases of the virus. So what point do we quarantine an individual? What point do we quarantine a classroom? What point do we quarantine a campus or shut down a campus? What does that look like? Because I mean, there has to be criteria for when this occurs, not just as we feel.
Sure.
So what does that look like?
Yeah.
Yes, so thank you for that, because we just worked with that. Mr. Steiner worked with our team with this. and
Cherie,
so-
could you repeat the question for Ms.
you.
Brookins and Ms. Pauls before you answer? Because I think they had a hard time hearing the question.
The question was, at one point, do we quarantine a campus or a class? And so similar to the question earlier about contact tracing, one question that was stated earlier was, the first thing we consider is when a person tests positive, can we contact trace the last people they were in contact? Meaning, can we figure out the last 3 people or last people they were in, and can we isolate those people? And if we can, then we know that we can stop the tracing. When we have to quarantine or when we have to close a campus is when we cannot contact trace the last whereabouts of the people who may have come in contact with the person who was positive. That's when we actually consult our healthcare county partners, and we follow their advice, and they give us our next steps. So if we're able to identify the last people they came in contact with, and we're able to quarantine those individuals, then we know we're able to identify and quarantine for 14 days. It's when we cannot identify the last places where those individuals were, that we know we have to quarantine and shut down a school for 14 days. As Mr. Steiner says, and he works with the gentleman that we were on with earlier, he works with them, and we meet with them, and they determine this is the best course of action so that the campus can get a clear start for 14 days, and that way we know that we have an opportunity to clean the campus, and we have an opportunity for everyone to quarantine for 14 days, and we ensure that there is a safe restart for the campus. So that's the course of action, the best course of action.
Thank you for that. Nothing further, President Ramos.
Good. All right. I think that's all the questions from the board. Thank you for the presentation, staff. And thank you also for bringing the county health director to visit with us. We will now hear public comment. Let me remind you that because of the restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct a person to visit with staff about the issue. While the board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers shall refrain from mentioning names of individual employees or public officers during their comments. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public who is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the meeting in a timely manner. Because we are utilizing an online platform, all speakers will be announced to speak in order they signed up. Mr. Clint Bond will announce the speaker's name, and at that time, his or her microphone will be unmuted for 3 minutes. Before making your comment, state your name and then proceed to your comment. At the end of the 3 minutes, your microphone will be muted. I'll also note the message from the communications team that if you're in the Zoom platform to speak, that you listen to the meeting from there. But we understand that on the YouTube channel, the sound is working better, so we would advise you to listen there. Mr. Bond?
Mr. Ramos, our first speaker this evening is Stephen Poole. Mr. Poole, you may begin when you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Good evening, Mr. Ramos, members of the board, and Dr. Scribner. I'm Stephen Poole, Executive Director of UEA. The governor and TEA are going to force us to go back in person, come hell or high water, no matter what is going on in Fort Worth. But we should use every tool at our disposal to keep students, staff, and their families safe. You've already done that by delaying school after Labor Day, and you decided to use the first 4 weeks of school virtual. But one thing not in the administration plan was the discussion of asking for a waiver for additional 4 weeks of virtual and transitioning back into what the governor and TEA is going to force us to do. The Tarrant County Health Department, their dashboard shows virtual is what Tarrant County and Fort Worth ISD should be doing. And Dr. Taneja even said, because trouble is brewing, we should apply for the waiver and continue virtually and then transition into in-person. This will give us time to address the questions the board has asked tonight, give us time to address the teachers and staff who are at risk and what we can do with them to accommodate their needs, and then also give us time to really work out what instruction is going to look like. In a town hall, teachers were told, you're not going to be doing both virtually and in person, and now tonight that all changes. And when asked when they will record the videos for a flipped instruction, the answer was the night before. Teachers don't have time the night before because they're already working extra long hours as it is right now. We need to get this right for our students, we need to get this right for our teachers, and we need to get this right for all staff. So I'm asking you to apply for the waiver, delay the in-person transition longer, and then work and do whatever we can to make in-person and virtual instruction workable for not only students and their families, but teachers and the staff. Thank you.
Our next comments are from Nicole Cohen. It's in the form of a statement that I will read. I would like to state that we want school to resume in person ASAP. I'm a stay-at-home mom of 2 and finding it very challenging to help my kindergartner with his schoolwork and balance things with my toddler and normal life duties. Being that he can't read yet, I have to help with every assignment that would normally be done in class. I can only imagine how hard this is for working parents. Thank you for your time. Our next speaker is Maoli Vizcaino, if I've said that correctly. If you're ready, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Maoli Vizcaino, thank you. So I'm the concerned daughter of a Fort Worth ISD teacher of 12 years. He currently teaches one of the guinea pig grades y'all wanted to be doing the reopening with. He's older, and in prep for in-person, he comes home to tell me that all the desks that he needs for his kids don't fit in his classroom if they're spaced out at 6 feet, as recommended, so that's an issue. He was given 5 dividers, and also it doesn't matter even about assigned seats if you'll have kids sitting right next to each other on the bus twice a day, and it's just, he was given 5 dividers. So I'm wondering, y'all are talking about all these things you want to do in terms of keeping schools safe and clean. And I'm wondering if that is the same for every single school, if there's going to be the amount of resources that every school needs. Like, he teaches a really low income demographic, and traditionally these schools don't get anything that they need. It's not like a known fact that public elementary schools be getting like stuff that is important for the kids to learn, much less things like cleaning and PPE equipment, right? And also, like, y'all aren't even all meeting in person right now in something that is like probably pretty safe. Like, you can sit far away. It's a big room. You're all adults wearing your masks. I don't understand if any of y'all have met kids. Any kids? How many kids do you know? And how many kids do you know who will be keeping on top of keeping their masks on above their noses? No social distancing on buses again. That was still just a lot for me. Y'all want parents to choose if their kids are coming in or not, but there's no choice for the teachers. Like, and also, I don't understand if any of y'all, like, how there's going to be any support for any teachers who do get COVID, like what's going to happen with them, if there's going to be support from the district, knowing that they're putting themselves at risk in this way. And also, again, people in households as well, like not everyone in our household has health insurance. So it's just so much. And I just really think that virtual learning needs to go on as long as possible. Ultimately, I don't think it should really ever happen ever, but you know, that's not going to be feasible. So like, just keep it going for as long as you can, because as someone mentioned earlier, y'all don't have answers to all the questions that even board members have. And the only decision that the host person said that can make that the safest is keeping students at home and teachers. Yeah, okay. I'm signing off. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Torres. Ms. Torres, you may begin when ready. Ms. Torres.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Ms. Torres. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a first grade dual language teacher. I've been working with Fort Worth ISD for 5 years now. I am also a mother of 2 sons in this district. The reason I wanted to speak today is because I am looking forward to coming back to in-person teaching. See, virtual learning was not made for small children. This has been extremely challenging, given the fact that some of our students still don't even have devices. And even though I am eager to go back, I don't want to do so if I know I will have to teach both in-person and virtual students. Recently, we received a survey asking teachers 2 questions related to the transition to in-person. One question was if I wanted to teach every student in my roster, both in person and virtually. And the other one was if I wanted to teach those who were in person, and then someone else will teach the students who chose virtual. See, I watched the meeting on July 28, 2020, during the Fort Worth Virtual Town Meeting on Return to Learning. About an hour and 4 minutes into the meeting, our superintendent said, and I quote, "I think teachers who believe that I will be teaching 12 out of 24 of my students in person, and then going home to teach the other 12 virtually. That will not be happening. Teachers will not have to work double duty," end quote. You can imagine how surprised I was. I don't understand why we received this questionnaire when a statement regarding this matter was already made. And what was said tonight is disappointing and frustrating because it still sounds a lot like double duty to me. I feel betrayed. I wonder if you know how long it really takes to prepare for virtual learning, and you're asking for us to do so the night before when we should be planning for in-person instruction. It's not just wrong for us, this double duty, but also for the students. See, quality instruction will be at risk. I ask the board members, please, to adhere to the plan originally outlined, which was mentioned on that meeting on July 28, using personnel like specialists or substitutes to teach the virtual students. For the sake of the students and also the teachers, there's so much with it we just can't do. I don't just say this as a teacher, but also as a mother of 2 children in this district. A mother who does not want her children to be taught by a teacher who is burnt out. Thank you for the opportunity.
Our next speaker is a statement from I'm sorry. Our next speaker is a statement from, I'm getting some feedback, and I think it sounds like one of the board members is addressing. Is that correct? I'll continue. The next statement is from Courtney S., and it's a statement I will read. I ask and urge you to open the schools for optional in-person learning, preferably even sooner, that October 5th. I have 3 young children that all need help with virtual learning. We are struggling. Links are not always working, and they are missing classes. My husband and I have both cut our work hours to part-time in order to help them with their school. I realize that community learning centers have assistance, but that will not give my children the attention and help that they actually need in order to succeed and progress in their learning. They need actual teachers in a classroom setting to learn. We drive past the school outside our neighborhood and they say, when can we go back to school? I don't like school online. The COVID numbers are way down. Basing any data off of the positivity rate does not represent an accurate depiction of the actual spread of COVID. The doctors at Cook Children's have told me that they have not had even 1 child die from COVID. So many school districts have opened and are doing fine. Yes, there will be COVID cases, but trying to prevent a COVID case is like trying to prevent the spread of a cold or the flu. It is impossible. COVID is here to stay, so we need to live our lives. Please, if you have the PPE, open the schools to give my children the education that they deserve, that my taxes pay for. The next speaker is Matthew Plummer. Mr. Plummer, if you're ready, you may begin.
Hi, my name is Matt Plummer, and as the board considers transitioning to face-to-face instruction at another virtual meeting that was stated due to health concerns related to COVID-19, I believe there are a few factors to take into consideration. From August 27th to September 9th, 2020, there were nearly 73,000 new cases of COVID-19 in children in the United States. This represents a 15% increase of COVID-19 positive children in the past span of 2 weeks. These numbers most certainly correlate with the other districts choosing to return to face-to-face instruction. The total number of children who have tested positive in the U.S. is well over 500,000 since the beginning of the outbreak. Now, a few weeks into the school year, that number will continue to rise as the spread continues in schools that have chosen to move away from virtual learning. Though the mortality rate of children with COVID-19 is low when compared with adult cases, you have to consider the impact of children spreading the virus in a school setting to your adult faculty and staff. These adult faculty and staff have family of their own at home. I'm sure there are quite a few with family that have underlying health conditions as well that make them incredibly susceptible to the worst symptoms of COVID-19, including death. No matter the precautions or safety standards, it's impossible to return to face-to-face learning without risking the health and safety of Fort Worth ISD students, faculty, and staff, and their families. If, after all this, you do decide to transition to face-to-face instruction, what will you do for your staff who have children who are under the age of 4 and cannot attend school with them or go to daycare because of the rising number of COVID cases in daycares? What accommodations would you provide to faculty and staff who have underlying health conditions or that are caregivers for family members with underlying conditions? These questions and many others need more time to be answered and resolved before face-to-face instruction resumes. Extend virtual learning and give your teachers a chance to teach without fear of endangering their health, their family's health, and their students' health. Thank you.
The next comments are from Joy Blocker. It's a statement that I will read. I am a Fort Worth ISD parent with 3 kids at Benbrook area schools, the youngest in kindergarten. As we have begun our year with online learning this week, I want you to know our teachers are doing a stellar job at preparing parents and engaging with kids. I am so impressed how they are going above and beyond the call of duty to help our students have all that they need for their virtual learning, even to the point of teachers dropping off supplies and writing materials to her students' home. But this online-only platform is just not sustainable. The amount of stress and juggling we have done during the course of the school day to make sure everyone is online, as the endless amounts of codes for Google Meets, etc., is exhausting, especially for my youngest, who is in kindergarten. He loves going to school. He was part of Fort Worth ISD's pre-K program last year. During one of the live teaching sessions this week, he looked at me in tears, asking if he will ever get to see and hug his teacher. These young learners crave and need the physical presence of their teacher, peers, and the experience of being in their kindergarten classrooms. As you are meeting today to discuss the timeline for sending our students back in person to campuses in Fort Worth ISD, I wanted to propose an idea of sending the younger learners back in person, if they choose to, before the older students. These younger learners need face-to-face contact with their teachers and peers. This is their first time in the school setting, and it's just so hard to expect them to engage through a computer screen. I know you are all doing your best to navigate these unprecedented times, and for that I applaud you. But it's time to get our kids back in school, and I'm completely confident in our schools that we can do this safely and effectively. Please give us the choice for in-person learning. Our next speaker will be Kathleen Powderly. Ms. Powderly, if you're available and ready, you may begin.
Good evening, and thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Kathleen Powderly, and I am a pediatrician in Fort Worth. I'm also a mother, which is my most important role, of a junior at Pascal High School. I want to tell you that I am not speaking on behalf of Cook Children's, or although I'm not saying anything that would go against the criteria that they set out several weeks ago for school reopening. I am speaking to you from a position of a pediatrician who has not closed their clinic at all during the pandemic and has taken care of children in person ever since March. I've also been privileged to work with staff that have not missed one day of work, staff who have had underlying medical conditions like autoimmune diseases, that have had to take care of elderly parents in their home, and staff members who are in the age range of increased risk for problems associated with COVID-19. I also have a sister who is a teacher in Irving ISD and a niece who is attending in-person school at Trinity High School in Euless. So I'm not simply a mom who just wants their teenager to go back. I am someone who has an invested interest in this community. One of the things I do want to bring up is that we did hit all of the criteria for going back to school based on the original criteria the health department set out. It was only until this new criteria came up looking at individual population zones that we developed problems. And one of the issues that I don't think was clearly addressed by the health department was the mobility that Fort Worth ISD has within its programs of choice school, as I said in my letter to you all. Also, with their view of doing COVID-like illnesses, there is no standardization of that rate. So if that rate goes up, we don't know what number is important. We don't know what number we should be worried about. That is just a new fact that they put in. The second thing is that, the third thing is that at Cook's, we do not test asymptomatic children unless you're getting a procedure done. And so that is just not something that we do throughout any of the network. And so it's interesting to find that that's something that could potentially get put in schools. Lastly, in terms of not going back to school unless you have a vaccination, that's not going to happen for a couple of years for kids. So I would really like to encourage the board to have us go back on October 5th, because the level of anxiety, drug use, vaping, and hospitalizations for suicide attempts is certainly up. We've only had 95 hospitalizations for coronavirus this year, and we have had about 120 hospitalizations for suicide attempts. So I would really like you to consider this. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck in your decision.
Our next comments are from Caitlin McWhorter, and I will read the statement. All of these statistics are from the CDC. Only 7% of the COVID-19 cases are from ages under 18. Only 0.1% of the COVID-19 related deaths are from ages under 18. 20% of reading and 29% of math ability is lost during the summer after third grade. 39% of reading and 50% of math ability is lost during the summer after seventh grade. 21% of people ages 9 through 17 have a mental health disorder. Of that 21%, 16% receive treatment. Of the 16%, 70 to 80% receive treatment from school. 30 million students receive meals from the school. Over 75% of kids are not active for at least 60 minutes a day. My name is Caitlin McWhorter. I'm a senior at Benbrook Middle High School, and I wanted to speak on behalf of the student population. Above is a list of various statistics so you can understand the weight that choosing to prolong the opening of schools has. For the sake of our education and mental health, we need to be in a classroom sitting face to face with our teachers and surrounded by our peers. For some students who live in unsafe homes or neighborhoods and do not have a safe place to go during the day and learn, this could cost them their physical health as well as their education. In addition, online school is impractical to lower income families due to limited technology or internet access, causing performance gaps to widen. If this means sitting 6 feet away from each other with masks on, then so be it. That is better than sitting miles from each other behind a screen. It's time Fort Worth ISD steps up, like other districts already have, to find a reasonable and safe plan to bring students back on campus. Stop listening to the adults' feelings and start looking at the statistics on the children. Maybe then you will see how dire it is that kids go back to school in person. Thank you for your time. Our next speaker will be Amanda Sines. Ms. Sines, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Sines, and I'm a parent of 2 Fort Worth ISD elementary students and a pre-K teacher within Fort Worth ISD. And I'm going to be speaking for a few reasons this evening. It was 2, but after hearing the proposal of our leadership, I have a few more things to add on there. As a parent, I don't feel like the district is giving adequate information to make an informed decision between in-person or virtual. How parents make that choice when they don't know what the in-person is realistically going to look like. I can't answer my parents' questions when they ask me because I don't even know, which takes me to my next. As a teacher, I don't feel like the district is giving adequate information on how to prepare for in-person learning. At this point, I didn't even know if I'd be teaching virtual, in-person, or both. I have no idea what the expectations of students are within the classroom. And as a pre-K teacher, many of our norms have been put into storage. Rugs are being removed, center furniture is being pushed against a wall, and shared material is being restricted from use. So as a pre-K teacher, I'm wondering, how will our youngest learners deal with this new norm? And I can't plan and prepare if I don't have the answers to the most basic question. The one thing I want to add, and I'm really hoping it was a slip of the tongue, was that teachers would prepare videos the night before. To my leadership, no, I will not. My family is who gets my time at night. My 3 kids are who get my time at night. My husband is who gets my time at night. And my mother and father and in-laws are who gets my time at night. Fort Worth ISD has me all day long, and I'm a mother first and foremost, and my children get my time at night. I will not be recording lessons at nighttime, so I sincerely hope that was a slip of the tongue. I'm going to leave y'all with that, and board members, I sincerely hope that you do not move forward with this proposal. Thank you.
Our next comments are from Donna Clem. It's a statement that I will read. I'm a Fort Worth ISD taxpayer and a saddened grandmother of 3 little granddaughters who attended Fort Worth ISD until you decided not to start school. This is an open letter for your board. I have been paying much attention to the absurd excuses for keeping these kids out of their school, not yours, their school. We pay for it, and we have been paying for it. You have crossed the line by now putting the kids on gym floors instead of school floors, and it is now more apparent than ever that this is merely a political at the expense of our children. How do I know this? By the absurd excuses of not opening while other very near and close districts do open. I went to my local YMCA and this is what I learned. The cost to parents to send their kids to school at the Y for so-called virtual learning joke that it is $30. FWISD pays the rest. So please enlighten us to exactly why they wouldn't be able to do the same thing using the school floor versus the limited basketball courts floor. You have auditoriums and long, wide hallways and cafeterias, and then the many classrooms that accommodate these students. That we pay for with our tax dollars much more than you're paying for out of a closed school. Then you have the audacity to think a tax hike for a closed school that has been closed since March is justified. So to be clear, you pay a fraction out to pay the YMCAs while having millions being poured into the district that's not paying the overhead expenses you're getting paid for. Interesting. Another interesting outrage is that you made a racial comment in August, also leading us to suspect the real reason you want to stay closed is to clear up some racial concerns. So this screams that it is more about political and racial talking points and not about COVID concerns. The schools were closed for COVID concerns, period. They are also opening because kids need to be in school. Real school, not gym school. So what's sad about this whole thing is that the cost to these kids is at their expense. Healthy social environments and seeing people in person and seeing smiling teachers in person and creating bonds with teachers and students and friends far outweighs the extreme slight risks, if any. Looking at a computer screen for hours is hard on their eyes, so also open to problems. Schools don't close for the flu and not everyone is vaccinated for it. There is outbreaks every year and you don't close. What these kids are missing while other districts advance is very sad, and the effects of not being allowed to be with other classmates and in a normal classroom setting with a smiling real teacher that is more humanized than a computer screen will be on this board. Shame on you and shame on the superintendent to allow these children to suffer the consequences of your action. The next speaker is Heather Goolsby. Ms. Goolsby, you may begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Heather Goolsby, and I'd first like to say that our children's online experience has been very good, and the teachers are exceptional. I'm here today to ask that our district take advantage of the 4-week extension of online learning. I feel it's very important that we take any and all precautions we can in dealing with COVID-19. I may be privy to more people suffering from this virus due to my calling to serve in ministry. Whatever the reason is, it's a terrible and sometimes tragic illness that has changed my perspective drastically when tending to those who have been affected. Our case numbers are continuing to rise here in Fort Worth, but they are slowing down. We must do all we can to keep this momentum going. I've worked in student and family ministry for 14 years, so I understand how badly people want to get back to normal. But we must stop focusing on going back and only focus on how to best move forward. Our teachers and staff deserve to feel valued, supported, and protected, and our families deserve to have well laid out plans that keep students safe and parents informed. I was horrified to read an article today stating that our district plans not to inform parents of COVID exposure unless they deemed the student was within 6 feet of the student who was ill for over 15 minutes. This is absolutely unacceptable for a novel respiratory virus and a prime example of why we could use more time to plan. Transparency and communication is vital to keep our school safe, but our community as well. You guys have a responsibility to all of us in this community to make the wisest decisions, even when it's difficult and unpopular. It will be better for all involved to take a bit more time to return in person than to rush only to have to shut everything down and start again. These are difficult and ever-changing times, and it tends to be harder when you're doing the right thing. Friends, we can buck up and do hard things. As I watched tonight, I was appalled that a member was not masked, and I don't know how we expect an entire schools to follow the guidelines if a small group of our leaders cannot. Thank you for your time. Also, I support more counselors.
Our next comments are, next comment is a statement from Corey O'Donnell. Please give parents the option of sending our children to school in person sooner than later, October 5th or even before. Giving us this option does not take away from those who desire to keep their children learning virtually. Those parents should continue to have that option. At our school town hall prior to school opening, we were told 80% of our school families want to be back at school in person. Our family wants to be back in person. Please listen to us and let us choose. The next speaker will be Brian Goolsby. Mr. Goolsby, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time and for your hard work. I wanted to voice my concern about returning students in-person learning. At this time, cases of COVID-19 are still going up. As was shown in the presentation earlier, the Tarrant County website showed that there were 436 new cases and that the community spread level was listed as substantial. I am aware and I appreciate that we will still have the option to keep our children at home even after in-person learning resumes. My concern isn't only for my children. By opening our schools back up for in-person learning in October instead of waiting, the board would be sending our children, along with all the teachers, administrative staff, and countless other workers into needless danger, which would put our community as a whole in danger. The school board has a responsibility to the safety of all of our students and faculty, and this time the best way to ensure that safety is to continue online learning. Thank you.
The next comments are from Tiffany Rogers, a Fort Worth ISD parent. I'll read the statement. I would like to start by saying how grateful I am to each of you for your brave leadership. I think this is a devastating decision for anyone to have to make, and for that I am sorry. I hesitated initially to send in a statement, thinking that since I will still have a choice for my student, there is no need to weigh in. While I do have the option to keep my daughter virtual, for which I am so grateful, there are a few points I hope you will consider. Caution is critical when we consider our students, our staff, and their families. When choice is called for, it should include teachers and not just the teachers that have an underlying condition. It is the task of Fort Worth ISD and of teachers to provide an education to our students. Our educators have shown their innovative nature and are doing just that. What we refer to as normal was normal because it is what we were used to, not because it was the only way to effectively educate our students. I do realize these are struggles. The pandemic is hard for all of us, whether our struggle is balancing work and virtual school support, finding childcare during the day, kids that need interaction, or kids that need services. None of us have been left untouched. While it is ideal to be in person, I don't believe our rate of community spread has reached the level that makes it safe to return. I do not have confidence that social distancing is possible in any of our buildings. Even if the required space is there in every building, other guidelines needed to keep teachers and students safe would eliminate most, if not all, of what we love about in-person learning. Thank you for all that you do and for the time this evening.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Israel Contreras. You may begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Israel Contreras. I am a teacher of 17 years. I am a father. I'm a veteran. I also am a veteran who trained other Marines in nuclear biological and chemical protocols in the 90s. My family has a long history in Fort Worth ISD. I'm a graduate of Fort Worth ISD. My parents were graduates of Fort Worth ISD. My father worked as a custodian for 30 years in Fort Worth ISD. So I just wanted to say that. And I also wanted to say, I don't envy your decision or where you are right now. This is a tough decision. But I wanted to say, here are a few things to bear in mind. 2 to 4% of people who get COVID die. And I gave the adult statistics because we're not just talking about the children. We're talking about the adults that will also get COVID. COVID-19 cases have jumped 26% in a month in Florida since Florida schools opened. 26%. And I just wanted to say to the doctor that just commented, but that opening up a school isn't the same thing as keeping a doctor's office open. Doctor's offices have extreme and exhaustive PPE. They also have, they don't have the people density that schools do. Bars are closed, but yet somehow schools are safe. New evidence suggests that in the Lancet suggests that young children spread COVID more efficiently than adults. Children also are all symptomatic, so they carry the virus around and we won't even know they have it. They can often be this way, and so we won't even know they have it, but they'll be spreading. A study from Germany, and this is another thing for adults, a study from Germany found that 3/4 of survivors, that is people who survived COVID, were left with structural changes to their hearts. This group had a biomarker that is typically found in patients who have had heart attacks. 60% had myocarditis. And that's just some of that's the people who survived, didn't have to go to the hospital. So I just wanted to also say that I understand people want to return to learning, but if we return to learning, it's not going to be the same. There are going to be no small groups. There's going to be no individual instruction. There's not going to be the things that we saw before COVID. So as we move forward, I just want to ask the district, the board to question, why are we voting on opening before we have the necessary 2 to 3 weeks of data from Labor Day? Why are we voting on opening when we don't even have the survey from the teacher, which, by the way, was kind of a loaded survey. It only gave us the choice to do in person or a hybrid model. It didn't even ask us if we were going to continue virtually. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Haley Franklin. Ms. Franklin, you may begin.
Good evening. I am a teacher in Fort Worth ISD, and I am here to express extreme concern, or really fear, at the idea of returning to school on October 5th. There are numerous reasons that this would be, to put it mildly, ill-advised, but I will focus on just a few. As of September 9th, Tarrant County health officials stated that most, if not all of our county is in what they call a red zone, for which the guidance is to continue with virtual-only instruction to prevent further spread of cases. I don't know about y'all, but when a medical expert releases guidance, I am inclined to listen. According to an article from WFAA 8, which is being updated daily, 18 school districts in North Texas have reported cases since they opened up to students. So should we really be praising these school districts that are opening? These are only the districts that are openly and honestly reporting, in spite of all of the guidelines they've put in place. Sending us all back just sends the message that you are willing to gamble with people's lives. Are you? All humans need and crave stability, but students especially. They have spent the last 4 weeks getting used to virtual learning. Going back on October 5th would mean asking them to learn a whole new set of guidelines, as it won't be school as they know it. Then, when there's a case in school, and there will be, we will have to jump back to virtual learning for a good period of time. This instability is not good for our students. Jumping to another point, returning to school will force gifted teachers to choose between doing what they love and keeping themselves and/or loved ones safe. Is it fair to ask this? Do you want to lose people who make a difference in our kids' lives? I truly could go on all day. Truthfully, I think we should declare the whole first semester to be virtual only. This indecision is awful for the mental health of our students and staff alike. I love my students. I miss my students. I can't wait to see them again. But I am more than okay with waiting until it is safe for us all. Virtual learning has gone very smoothly from what I've experienced. I have had a very high percentage of engagement. Students are making good grades, and the creativity I am seeing abounds. I am able to teach virtually and should continue to be able doing so. I'm going to add a few things to my prepared statement based on what others have said. Listening to the return to school plan today made me physically ill. It is filled with guidelines that are wonderfully vague and unrealistic. And to the comments about students missing and wanting to see friends and teachers, how will they feel when/if a teacher or friend dies? How will you explain that to them then? And for people who are suddenly mental health experts, I am a woman with depression and anxiety who understands socialization is great, but what makes me more anxious than staying home is knowingly walking into danger every day because my life is not valued. Thank you.
Our next speaker this evening is Micah Bigby. You may begin. Micah Bigby. Micah Bigby. I'll go to the next speaker. That would be Madeline Martinez. Are you there?
I'm here.
Yes,
Good
you may.
evening. Oh, thank you for
may-
your time. Oh,
You may begin.
good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm a choir director in the district, and I'm coming to you tonight to urge you to extend virtual learning. With choir, in-person is pretty much the best way to sing. However, it's not the only way or the safest way. To say I miss my students is an understatement. I ache to see them, but not at the risk of their health and safety and that of teachers and admin, plus their families. I have many colleagues and friends in districts throughout DFW who are face-to-face currently and have cases on their campuses. These particular campuses have newer and bigger facilities. That does not mean that they're better, but it does mean they can spread out more, but still this virus has crept in. You could lose count of how many people become at risk for infection from just one case. If we go back face to face, it's not a question of if, but when COVID spreads. And what happens then? It will surely come home with whomever gets it. And we all know somebody who would not survive this virus. What happens when teachers are out from it? Subs are very hard to come by in the best of circumstances. And forget about combining classes, because if we're trying to social distance, we just don't have room in our classrooms. What happens when a student gets it? They have to recover, which takes real time, or they have to quarantine, which takes real time, and then they're thrust back into virtual learning. I want the best for my students, but also for myself and for my colleagues, and I do not believe that's selfish, because teachers give of themselves daily and always. I believe that staying virtual means standing up for our students and for our teachers. Going back is a gamble with the lives of all involved. Thank you.
Next comment is a short statement, a written statement from Gina Hale, which I will read. I have a special needs child that isn't in a regular school campus. He goes to Joe Kelly. These children depend on the services received at school, such as physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. The teachers at this school are amazing. They keep the rooms clean. My question is, when can these children return to school? Thank you for your time. The next speaker would be Karen Gonzalez. Ms. Gonzalez, you may begin.
Good evening, President Ramos, trustees, and Dr. Sprickner. I'm Karen Gonzalez, a Fort Worth ISD teacher. We must develop a plan for the return to school based upon student needs, not parent choice. A plan that is based upon data, not wishes. A plan that honestly evaluates the readiness of our campuses, and a plan that includes official policies to protect students, teachers, and families. The students must be admitted back according to need. The most disenfranchised are the first to be admitted. Special education students whose IEPs indicate in-person school must be considered. They must be considered first. The next tier to consider is our high poverty students, the homeless, those without power, those who rely upon school services for daily survival. After all students with these criteria are chosen, we can begin to look at other groups based on need. A strict hierarchy needs to be set. We must look at school campuses individually and honestly, with integrity, evaluate how many students can be safely accommodated in each classroom. Using a district average or even building average will not suffice. It is then and only then that other slots for student occupancy may be open. I propose a lottery system for parents who want their kids back in school but do not meet the needs criteria. When the spots are filled, no more students may be accepted. Are our campuses physically ready? Do we have paper towels in the bathrooms? And have we turned off all the hand dryers because they blow the aerosols everywhere? Do we have soap? My experience as a teacher is we never have soap, and when we do, it's the pink stuff that has been watered down. Have the air systems really been refurbished? What happens when students don't wear masks properly? This board must create an official FWISD policy. Yes, this is something you have the power to do, to ensure teachers and administrators are supported when disciplinary actions are taken when students refuse. The policy must include employees as well. Finally, you do not have the data yet. The survey given to parents is not closed until Friday. The numbers of COVID cases in Tarrant County, they're rising again. Your only wise choice is to table your decision until all data is complete and you have the proper amount of time to consider the plan presented to you tonight. God bless you all. You are in a horrible, horrible position. Thank you.
The next comments are a statement from Patricia Meadows. As being someone who is on the front lines, ICU nurse COVID unit, taking care of individuals affected by this disease, I strongly discourage returning back to school for at least this semester with a reevaluation after winter break. This disease has affected so many human beings and killed more than should have ever been killed. What's even scarier, especially from a frontline worker standpoint, is the fact that we do not have a guaranteed treatment, nor do we have any idea what the disease is going to do long term. And with flu season right around the corner, we are very scared. This disease has no preference. It attacks whoever it comes in contact with. Yes, some are more likely to fight it off with no effect to their health, but the majority of humans have some factor that has already made them even more at risk. Statistics show that females over males have contacted it more, and whites, non-Hispanics, Hispanics, African Americans are already at a higher risk. Lack of resources for health care due to economic status puts you in a higher risk. If you are a smoker, alcohol, or substance abuser, you are at a higher risk. And if you have any comorbidities such as diabetes, doesn't matter if it's under control or not, cardiovascular disease such as hypertension and congestive heart failure, obesity, any type of lung disease like COPD, asthma, renal disease, autoimmune disease, or liver disease, you are even more at a higher risk. Now our children are strong, but physically their bodies cannot handle much. If my daughter were to contract the disease with her severe asthma and weak lungs, there's a good chance she wouldn't survive. I know not all children have comorbidities that I listed above. And let's say they do come in contact with it and it has no effect on their body. They then have to become a silent carrier. And these kids could be bringing it home to family members who do fall into a multitude of factors I listed above. So yes, as most of our children are strong enough to get through this, some won't, mine included. And we then are allowing our strong children to put ourselves and our loved ones at risk when they bring it home to us. So if any of you fall into one of these factors listed above, which is more than likely the majority of you, just ask yourselves if in just a few more months to keep your children home and keep them and yourself safe is worth your life. I do. I've been by this. I have been by these patients who is someone's mom, dad, sister, brother, grandparent, aunt, or uncle or child, and held their hand while they passed away with no family member allowed in the room after we have tried successfully to save their life, unsuccessfully. I have shed so many tears of frustration because our job is to save lives, but we have a disease that is throwing us on a loop and the time has expired. The next speaker will be Miriam Lambert. You may begin. Miriam Lambert. Miriam Lambert. Next speaker would be Fernando Martinez. If you're ready to begin, you may do so. Fernando Martinez. Once more for Fernando Martinez. The next would be a statement, written statement by Suzanne Aspar. I am the parent of a kindergartner and 2-year-old. While I have been very pleased and impressed with my daughter's teachers who are doing a fantastic job with virtual learning since school started, every day is a struggle. My daughter is also on an IEP, and I worry she is not receiving an appropriate education. She loved pre-K and was so excited to start kindergarten, but now I'm afraid she's losing that spark. And if I, as a stay-at-home parent, can't manage, I know there must be so many other families in worse circumstances. The virtual format is not a realistic, feasible option for early learners, and I feel all pre-K and elementary students require in-person learning. Fortunately, most evidence shows that young children are not getting severely ill if they do get COVID, and they are also not transmitting it to adults. As someone struggling to maintain my mental health, particularly since COVID hit, and now with the additional pressure of at-home learning, please also remember that other ill effects students as well as caregivers face when schools are closed. Please demonstrate the value that Fort Worthians place on our children's education, well-being, and future by opening schools now. Thank you for your consideration. The next comments are from a concerned educator in the form of a statement. I want to return to in-person teaching with my students, but I'm concerned about our health and safety due to the safety plans that I currently see in place by Fort Worth ISD. I work with students who are under 10 years old. This means that they are not required to wear masks. Is there any way for the district to make this mandatory? We have been told by our school that masks are not available to staff. One class size averages are 20. Our class size averages are 20. How can we maintain proper social distancing with a full class? There are currently only 7 cardboard dividers per class on our campus. How can this plan provide a safe environment for staff and students? And the next statement is a written one from Anna Mitchell. We are part of a pod of kinder kids. They unmute themselves and constantly ask when there is going to be a break. Each one of them have told me multiple times school is boring and they hate it. Please, please open schools. Kindergartners cannot learn like this. I also have a 10th grader, and when we host the pod, he cannot log on to any of his classes, and we pay for the largest bandwidth of internet. It is so frustrating that almost all the districts around us are back at school, but here we are in the middle of September, and you all have not given us the opportunity to make the best decision we feel for our families. Give us a choice. And the next speaker statement that was from Anna Mitchell. I'm sorry. The next speaker is Victor Franklin. Mr. Franklin, are you there?
Yes.
You may begin, sir.
Thank you. So I had a bunch of statistics prepared and and a whole bunch of things I was gonna say. But ultimately, I feel as though you've had the health director on and they're giving you all these statistics and everything you should need, and their recommendation is that you still should stay virtual. And I feel like that should be the end of the conversation there. And I'm speaking as a spouse of a Fort Worth ISD teacher. So that's my interest in this. And then I'm also astonished at the expectation, apparently, that you expect the teachers to go to school for what would be at least 10 hours a day in my experience, and then come home and record videos for the next day. I just don't see, I think you need to rethink your teacher expectations, and you need to listen to the experts that we have to tell us what to do in situations like this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peter Stagmeyer. Mr. Stagmeyer, you may begin.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep. So good evening. I'd like to thank President Ramos, Dr. Scribner, the board, teachers, principals, staff, faculty, and parents. I know it's been a tough time. It has for all of us. So I really appreciate everything that everyone has done in the district. So thank you for that. I am the parent of 3 elementary age children within the district. And I am speaking tonight because I would like for the district to give the option of in-person or virtual so that we can send our children back in person. I guess before I start, or just as I do, I did fill out, Dr. Scribner, I filled out the survey, so I did all three of mine, so you have my data. But I know it's been tough for everybody, but I think we need to focus on the children. And my kids have been out of school for 6.5 months now, and I already see them regressing. And my wife and I have multiple degrees, and we're able to bridge the gap. But I know a lot of folks else aren't out there, and elementary age kids especially, but all kids, are tactile learners, right? And so they learn in person from others. And so the teachers have just done their absolute best job that they can for doing virtual learning, but it unfortunately is just not working. So I think we need to do is focus on the kids, and clearly everyone's got data, and data is what you want it to be, right? But the facts are that the COVID cases are declining. Nobody has to send their kids in person, right? That's an option that will be given to us, and I think it's important that we go ahead and implement something like Dr. Scribner's plan, because I felt like that was a good plan. I am a veteran myself and spent time overseas in combat, and I can tell you, everything in life needs leadership, and you never have all the facts, right? And you're not going to have the facts with everything. I mean, if some of it's discovery learning, we potentially might have to send kids home, but at the same time, that was an option that the kids and parents made, and they can go back in school or do it virtually, right? And I know it's tough for the teachers. I hear that. I think that's been pretty consistent. But, I ran a business with 150 people, of which half are over 60 and high risk, and we found ways to protect them. Some of them got to stay home. I know there's a grievance policy for folks that can't go to teach in person. So I just feel like, again, we need to focus on the kids. It is so important that we get them back in school as soon as possible. I will tell you that, not everyone has means, but my wife and I do. And unfortunately, like some friends of ours, if we can't get back in person, we are going to have to remove our kids from Fort Worth ISD and put them into private schools just so they can learn and they're not regressing. I know it's a tough decision to make, but it's just where my wife and I are at right now. So again, let's give us the option.
Whether your time has expired, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Meredith Hartung. Ms. Hartung, you may begin when ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. Thank you to Dr. Taneja for your public health opinion. There are also many medical experts that support in-person given our current metrics and associated risks of not allowing in-person. There will always be a virus. There will always be risk. I would like to think our school board will fight for our kids. And let's not forget we are asking for a choice. Fort Worth ISD should not wait any longer to open schools for in-person as a choice because, number one, students' mental health is of utmost importance. Being out of school for 6 months, away from friends and community, has resulted in increased stress, anxiety, depression, isolation, and substance abuse. This seclusion has also resulted in an increasing lack of physical activity, shortage of accountability, absence of relationship with mentors and teachers, insufficient safe places and supervision for some community children and youth, and most importantly, deficient education. Number two, asymptomatic spreading, while remotely possible, is not likely, and majority of the virus is spread from symptomatic spreaders. Per MD Anderson, close contact to COVID-19 occurs when you are within 6 feet of someone who is showing symptoms of COVID-19 for at least 15 minutes when neither person is wearing a mask. This can also apply to situations in which the infected person did not show any symptoms at that time of exposure, but it is much less likely. If either or both individuals were wearing a face mask, it is not considered exposure. Number three, current case data for Tarrant County continues to include past cases from months ago from Texas Department of State Health Services. These cases should not be included in our county metrics that are impacting current decision making. Additionally, false positives are occurring in the testing and are likely impacting our metrics. Tarrant County COVID confirmed occupied hospital beds, as reported by TCPH, as of today is 238. 238 out of 2.1 million people in Tarrant County. That is 0.0001%. COVID metrics and overall trends are improving and have been for weeks. The vast majority of positive cases are asymptomatic and/or recover within a few days with no complications. Our teachers are amazing, and our children need to be in person with them, creating a relationship with them, having another adult in their life, and holding them accountable. Fort Worth ISD is taking away these important facets of education in a critical time in our children's lives, with the virus that has very low risk to the large majority of people, and especially kids. Our city is open and active for people that choose to be out and about participating in restaurants, college, local schools, movie theaters, youth sports, mall stores, etc. Fort Worth ISD is putting our students and public school community at a disadvantage by not allowing choice for in-person. Larger districts are opening in the state of Texas, like Katy ISD, which is similarly sized.
Ms. Hartung, your time has expired. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Wilson. Mr. Wilson, you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is James Wilson. In Florida, a judge signed with the largest teachers union in saying that the conditions present in that particular school were not constitutional or safe. That the distance needed for them, the space that they have, they would not be able to distance their desks 4 feet apart, let alone 6. An additional concern was that teachers may be able to use sick leave, retire, or file for workman's comp, but only after they meet a requirement that they are showing symptoms. The WHO has observed a case with a 24-day incubation rate, though it may have been a second infection. JAMA has published a study on 221 that shows a 19-day incubation rate for a positive case. The Hutai Providence reported on 222 a 27-day incubation rate for a positive case. Compared to the normal seasonal flu, which averages 2 days or 1 to 4 days, the outliers here are averaging 24 days and 2 to 14 days for the normal individual. With what is known, unknown, and is being reported at this time, we cannot in good faith go forward with in-person classes, and we cannot reasonably ensure our children's safety and our community's safety. This would not be morally, scientifically, or legally sound. Temp checks are futile when symptoms are already present. As was pointed out, rapid tests becoming available will be a mitigation factor for this. Not only will it be a mitigation factor for it, the baseline data we have starts from a community that did not have children in school. The social distancing protocol itself was made from George Bush's observation of the avian flu in preparation. And furthermore, in this study, what his study was based on was a high school as the main vector for the community spread. All of our information will be affected by the main aggregating factor, children being in school during an outbreak. All concerns, mental health or otherwise, are temporary and pale in comparison to death. I believe that what we are doing is setting our community and ourselves up for not only just failure, but a vicious cycle, not of just reopening, but a financial and other physical health problem. When we all at least think this could be a permanent virus, the best thing to do would at least go 4 more weeks, if not all the way to December, get an additional 3 weeks.
Mr. Wilson, your time has expired, sir. Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Barraza. Mr. Barraza, you may begin. Eric Barraza. Eric Barraza. Next speaker would be Maria Tagger. Ms. Tagger, are you there?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. Dear board members, I would like to start by saying thank you for all that you do. I know your position is not easy and you have a huge responsibility over your shoulders. I have been a teacher for over 20 years, and this is my 7th year in Fort Worth ISD. I have been the happiest teacher on earth working for the best district in Texas, but this year has been all the opposite. I have a rich class that has over 22 students with 2 different grade levels, and I have to do twice the work everybody is already doing. I feel a highly qualified teacher that can achieve a lot, but this is insane. And I feel like I am doing the already overwhelming job of teacher. Added to this, I know my classroom will not have enough space to place 23 students with the 6 feet apart requirement. I have 2 pre-existing conditions that put me at high risk, and the district committee decide to deny me the accommodations request filled out by my doctor, saying that I can't perform my essential functions online when I have been delivering high quality online instruction for the last week and a half to 2 different grade levels. Please don't make us go back to school if you don't have the capability to keep us and our students safe, which means PPE, 6 feet apart, good ventilation, and appropriate class sizes to keep everyone 6 feet apart, not 4 feet apart. Also, how do you expect us to work, not to work double, if you want us to teach both virtually and in person? That is not possible. If right now the workload is unbearable, what you're asking for is surreal. It's unreal. I honestly feel really concerned and not safe at all to go back to school like this. There are many teachers, but only one me as my husband's wife and my daughter's mom. I ask you to please reconsider your decision and think about it before you make a final decision. Please do not continue with the plan you have because it's not going to work for all of us. And I would also like to ask you to check the process for the committee approving the accommodations because I have hypertension and reactive pulmonary disease which puts me at high risk, and they denied me the accommodation. Also, if there are teachers who want to teach in person and teachers who are not able to do it, why don't we try to consider teachers with pre-existing conditions to continue teaching online? I love my job, but I don't want to die performing it. Thank you very much for everything that you do, and I am really going to be praying for you to make the best decision. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vincent Inglima. Mr. Inglima, are you there?
I am. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Dr. Vincent Inglima. I come to you today as both a Fort Worth ISD father and a hospital-employed physician. Working at the county hospital day in and day out during this pandemic, I have seen firsthand the effect of COVID-19 on the most vulnerable members of our community. I've had to treat and say goodbye to many of these patients personally. I am not here to downplay the risk of COVID-19 for those in our community with serious underlying medical conditions. I am speaking tonight as a father and as a physician to align my voice with the only other medical doctor we have heard from tonight, that sweet pediatrician that we heard from earlier. It is time to allow our young, healthy, low-risk students to return to in-person learning. As I prepared for this meeting, I did a little bit of research on the different districts in our community. As you know, the Fort Worth School District has an economic disadvantage rate of 86%. That's 15% higher than the state average. I compared this to surrounding districts, including Aledo, Burleson, Azle, Mansfield, and White Settlement. Those economic disadvantage rates were 14, 38, 46, and 43%, substantially lower than ours. Ours is more in line with Arlington ISD and Crowley ISD at 70 and 68%. Something concerned me when I saw the trends with these two subsets of advantaged versus less advantaged districts. All of the economically stable districts that I mentioned have started to go back to school. The less advantaged school districts are not back at school. Why are we letting this happen in the Fort Worth ISD? At this time, when there is so much progress on systemic racism and equality in our country, are we in the Fort Worth ISD trying to bridge this gap and lift up our students? Or are we holding on to the underlying biases towards our already disadvantaged children and causing them to fall further behind? My child's kindergarten teacher has done an amazing job these past 10 days. My daughter loves what she thinks is kindergarten, but it breaks my heart when I go to work and have conversations with other physicians whose children have returned to the classroom for several weeks already. When I watch my child's class, it's obvious that while it is great for her and she enjoys it, virtual kindergarten is not adequate or reasonable for my young child. My decision to live in Benbrook instead of Keller, Alito, Burleson, or other privileged areas has brought a direct disadvantage to my child. As a parent, I am not willing to allow my child to fall behind. I hope as district leadership, you will not force the children of our community to continue falling further behind. The school doors need to be open. Every day out of the classroom is a day our children fall further behind their peers in the county and in the state. Don't wait. Open the classroom doors so our Fort Worth ISD students can break down barriers and write their own futures. I wish you the best. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Ed Austin. Mr. Austin, you may begin when ready. Mr. Ed Austin. Ed Austin. Next speaker is Victoria Scheffler.
Hello. Hello.
Mr. Austin.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, what the the Tarrant County Health Administrator did not speak of the second wave. When we go into the flu season, they are not talking about the cytokine storm or this beta virus. You don't know what's the cold, allergies, or the flu or COVID-19. The second wave, which is due to hit in November, which the CDC doesn't have any data on that, but it's going to hit. You got to understand contagion and fatality, especially the children are often 3 and 4 that are being raised by the grandmother that may have pre-existing conditions. The board need to realize you got to do the right thing. Your policy said that you provide a clean and safe environment. 314 new cases as yesterday. So how is it that you can't walk into the ad building, but you're going to tell parents it's okay to go enter to a school? TCU is not open. No colleges are closed. TCU have cases. So how is it that we have a board that's bound by to serve the public as in your oath, put our kids in a high risk situation? A child may be asymptomatic. It may take 2 weeks for that symptom to show, but how many children will he or she affect? You have to take consideration of the staff, administrators, bus drivers, etc. So go by medical science. Corey Hebert, CDC doctor from LSU, just gave a report just Friday stating that children are super spreaders. Not only that, the medical professor from Harvard said all of them are in the same thing. They are in agreement. This thing is a high contagion. And the board members, which don't have the medical data about what's going to happen as we go into the flu season, should reconsider staying virtual. Everybody's saying staying virtual. We just have to learn to use innovation and acclimate to the situation it is. Not one board member talked about the second wave of the coronavirus. This is not a money pit thing where you gamble with people's children or anything like that. You have to go by what medical science is saying, and accountability lies on Fort Worth ISD. If you open up them doors, it's going to be chaotic, legal ramifications going to come in behind this, because you can't say that you did not have the information. I passed out flyers to the ad building for each and every board member.
Mr. Austin, your time has expired, sir.
Okay, thank you. Hey, it lies on y'all hands, and that's on y'all.
Our next speaker is Victoria Scheffler. Ms. Scheffler, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin, please.
Thank you. My name is Victoria Scheffler, and I've been teaching high school in Fort Worth ISD for 12 years and overall for 20. I have 2 elementary age children attending Lily B. Clayton in Fort Worth ISD. We are all 3 on separate computers in our house working on virtual school, and I want to make 2 very important points this evening. 1, virtual school is surprisingly working. I promise you it is not a joke. As mentioned by a previous speaker, my children have been totally engaged in their classes. They sing, write, read, they do PE. The elementary teachers are rocking it. My high school students are showing up to my Google Meet at 8:30 a.m., which we all know is a miracle in itself with high school students. I am seeing their faces. They are completing my lessons, and I'm thrilled to say that they have all showed up again this second week. Fort Worth ISD has met the needs and demands of our students, and the time and money spent to get the technology in every child's hands has worked. I realize there undoubtedly are students across the district that are still having trouble, but for my family and the teachers I have talked to and for my students, this is working. 2, it is imperative that we do not lose focus on the massive issue at hand. We are still living in a worldwide pandemic. Yes, I want to see my students in person. Yes, I want my children to run and play and hug their friends. I want to go to football games and see live theater again, but regardless of what I want, the scientists and experts are saying that it will get worse in the coming months. Mr. Taneja just said he wouldn't send his own children to school. We are only 1 week past Labor Day weekend. We are only weeks in for those school districts that have started back in person. Why, after all the training and money spent on technology, would we now risk going back in person when we have unknowns? In closing, it is important to understand that this isn't just about the safety of the student going back in the classroom. Some students have pre-existing health conditions. Some teachers have pre-existing conditions or are immunocompromised. Some families include elderly members in the household, and then some of us fall into all 3 of these categories. And unlike other Fort Worth ISD parents, I am not given the option to keep my children home if I am made to return to the classroom. I am begging you all to please accept what the TEA has already given us, which is 4 more weeks to be totally safe. This allows us to watch how the colder months will be affected by the numbers, the results of whether or not the Labor Day weekend has had an effect, and we can learn from other school districts whether or not going in person is feasible. Thank you for listening to the scientists and the health officials during the first vote on this issue. Thank you for your work. I know this is a difficult decision, but I implore you to again do the same as you have before. Thank you.
The next speaker will be Aaron Blythe. Are you there?
I'm here, thank you. Apply for the waiver. This evening I have heard if I was a teacher, I would be worried. There is trouble brewing. Social distancing may not be possible in some classes and on buses. Is this acceptable? Or can the board say that Fort Worth ISD will not allow schools to return until our processes do not knowingly go against recommended health and safety guidelines? Apply for the waiver. And are reopening decisions being left to local school leadership? While Fort Worth ISD principals are awesome, they are not COVID experts. Despite the recent change in their job description, most individual reopening plans do not indicate pandemic conditions. A modified block or mask requirement is just a schedule change and a new dress code. It is not a comprehensive approach to dealing with the current situation. Fort Worth ISD needs to get health and safety experts, not principals, to tell us what can be done for lunches and classes and buses. If we reopen, safety should come before education. And what I see is Fort Worth ISD putting education in front of safety. We need to be consistent. Plans should look the same in similar schools, not quirky and nuanced. For example, why haven't early college high schools already agreed to follow TCC orders and remain online for the semester? If TCC does not have the resources to establish a safe environment for students to resume face-to-face courses, why is Fort Worth ISD trying to do so with our limitations, plus newly added restrictions by TCC on common spaces, classroom locations, and mobility? If our district level leadership does not have a campus reopening plan approved by the health department, then students should not return to that campus. Fort Worth ISD is in the education business, not health and safety, and no one knows that better than teachers. That is why many are hesitant to return. They live in that classroom and they know what risks they are being required to take. They know exactly what you can and cannot guarantee and exactly what their insurance will and will not cover. Apply for that waiver. Fight TEA and fight for us. Reopening plans should protect students and teachers. Many of the plans throughout the state put student safety above teacher safety. Is that okay? Just to remind the public, teachers are not covered by OSHA or any similar organization. Teachers are not allowed to unionize or demand safe work environments. Teachers have no employee rights other than those granted by TEA. And Districts can seek waivers on those under conditions such as pandemic. I would ask the board to remember that teachers are humans with illnesses and families and conditions and children and parents. The district has already denied some employees the ability to work from home. I would ask that when students and staff do return to school, you consider the impact of denying those requests more fully. They are asking for their life, and denials means that you are telling them to risk it or quit. Apply for
Ma'am,
the
your time has expired.
for-
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vanessa Adia. Ms. Adia, are you there?
Yes, I am a parent and a teacher, and I personally know 14 people who have or have had COVID, and they range in age from toddlers up to adults in their 50s. Some of the children have had noticeable symptoms and others did not. 5 of them are long haulers, and one of them is the children's pastor at my church, and she is one of the youngest adults in this inauspicious group. She recently shared that she has only left her home for essentials since March and was always masked, and yet she got COVID. She was a healthy person before contracting COVID-19 with 2 young kids at home, but she has now been battling it for months. She takes heart medication because her resting heart rate is above 100 beats per minute. She has several inhalers because she experiences shortness of breath and pain from breathing. She gets winded just walking from the couch to her bathroom and takes a handful of pills every day to mitigate her symptoms. She shared recently, coronavirus is presented as an illness you will either get better from in a few weeks or an illness you will die from, but there is a vast in between. Even the best doctors do not know how to treat this virus. There is nothing, and I cannot emphasize this enough, absolutely nothing worth getting this virus over. In another family that I know through my church, a 33-year-old healthy father was in the ICU for 11 days and now has lifelong damage to his heart and lungs. And all 3 children under 8 in his home were ill as well. And the 5-year-old is still sick months later. And yet, this is the choice you must make. Is it worth putting educators and students through what my friend has been going through for months, or heaven forbid something worse, to send students to school in person, where school will most definitely not be as usual? Like Superintendent Scribner says, it will be a classroom experience like no other. We have heard district officials talk about one-way hallways, assigned seating, and masks that will be required while at school. Note that no one said we are doing everything we can because we know that our schools are not ready to do so. Set aside for the moment that many buildings are still under construction. What is being done to address ventilation issues, class sizes, or address our options if a student refuses to wear PPE? How can any school address the issues of exposure during arrival, dismissal, and transitions? Assigned seating won't cut it. 6 feet distance doesn't matter when the time shared with shared air is extended. Our schedule for in-person is 90 minutes. Who will decide which educators are at risk enough to teach from home? And then who will support those decision makers in the moral repair that must follow the burden of making such decisions about their colleagues' health when we know that young, healthy people can end up as long haulers and in the hospital? With what metrics will be used to determine when it is safe to return to class?
Ma'am, your time has expired. Thank you. The next comments are in the form of a statement from Annie Stewart. Fort Worth ISD board members, I am writing to express my support for the choice to return to in-person learning. I would like to advocate for prioritization of in-person learning for early childhood students and students with special needs. Despite the heroic efforts of my twins' kindergarten teacher, they are lacking the development skills to focus and learn virtually. Thank you for your consideration. The next speaker scheduled is Ashley Jabri. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
You may begin, ma'am.
Okay. What does it say about the priorities of our district when students are allowed to go to stores, daycares, restaurants, Chuck E. Cheese, theme parks, and football practice, but they're not able to go to school? COVID isn't going anywhere. Unfortunately, it will still be a problem in November. Continuing to delay is not solving any problems. The initial reasons for our schools and businesses closing in March was to avoid overwhelming the healthcare system. We're not anywhere close to that at this point. Closing schools to in-person learning an additional 4 weeks serves no purpose at all at this point. There are many students who clearly haven't been represented in the previous discussions on this matter. I work with vulnerable children in 4 Title I school districts. Their parents aren't calling into these kinds of meetings to advocate for them. There are homeless students, students without electricity, students whose basic needs are not being met at home. These needs go far beyond what a hotspot and a tablet can provide. There is also an increase in cases of child abuse, as I'm sure you're aware. Those abusers won't be found in these meetings advocating for their children. You also heard the pediatrician who spoke earlier as she mentioned the hospitalizations due to suicide. While we are keeping the doors closed to students who truly need school and spending astronomical amounts to subsidize childcare expenses and provide technology, you all are proposing that taxpayers help foot the bill. Yet you failed to get any accurate data regarding what the taxpayers preferred before making the decisions you made in July. The most recent parent survey is not a valid measure, as it prevents parents whose students are not enrolled from completing the survey. Working parents, such as myself, had to find other options for our children. As a result, this survey excludes many of us who would be voting in favor of an in-person option. The only reason we aren't currently enrolled is because there is no in-person option. I was appalled at Mr. Ramos' comments in a previous town hall meeting as he accused those of us who are advocating for in-person learning of being okay with the deaths of Black and brown people. I was even more appalled at the images of students in schools in Mr. Ramos' district playing high school football, face-to-face, heavy breathing. What message are we sending to students as we prevent them from coming to school for learning, but they're allowed to come to school for athletics? How can we expect students to prioritize education when our school board is not doing the same? We are allowing students to cram into the YMCA and daycares to do virtual learning, but they can't come into their classrooms. Who are we protecting here? It isn't the student. Yet you all sit there in each meeting and claim that the students are your top priority. So I encourage you all today to make the decision that is truly best for all students and allow the choice for in-person learning to begin immediately. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ernie Moran. Mr. Moran, are you there?
Yes.
You may begin, sir.
Thank you. Superintendent Scribner, board members, I am speaking as a tax-paying citizen of Fort Worth, as a parent of 3 Fort Worth ISD students, and as a teacher in the district. I understand the need to have students return to in-person instruction. I want the same for my children, but that is a goal, not a prerequisite. And for a district that is constantly touting its work as data-driven, we are nowhere near the benchmarks for that goal. According to Tarrant County Public Health Statistics, as recently as Saturday, the county positivity rate was more than 20%. The 7-day moving average at that point was 11%. Under the scenario currently proposed, those parents who send their children to school will largely be essential workers, the ones left with no choice but to send their child to school. And of course, their teachers will be obligated to be there. These 2 groups will be made to gamble on the safety outcome of this plan. 2 of the measures of the CDC's own advice for reopening were to consider whether the school is in a community no longer requiring significant mitigation and whether the school would be ready to protect children and staff at high risk for illness. If the answer to either of those is no, then schools are not to reopen. We all know the answer. According to CDC standards, we should not be proceeding with returning to schools. Our plan should be all virtual until the spread of cases is truly under control and traceable. Under this scenario, everyone would pay a price to a different extent, but no one would be made to pay with their health and safety. At the local level, I beg you please not be guided by anything our mayor says with regard to safety and policy in this pandemic. She has made clear her stance that this was an unforeseen pandemic and little could have been done to stop its spread. We've seen effective measures taken to combat the spread in other countries, and we've seen the failure to deliver those here in the United States and especially in Texas. Now, I've taught for 11 years at Title I schools. I know the circumstances which the parents of my students face, forced to go to work with no one at home to care for their child. I sympathize with the untenable position in which these parents find themselves. But the failures of our federal, state, and local leadership should not mean that the poorest children and their teachers are sacrificed at the altar of our economy. If we want to be a district that practices what it preaches in the name of racial equity, then we cannot allow our Black and brown students to be fodder for the sake of the city's economic gain. Indeed, any financial advantage enjoyed by our working poor having an income would be entirely wiped out for any and all families having to shoulder the cost of medical care for a child infected by the virus. No, rather, the burden you are about to place on our communities of color during this crisis should instead be felt and shared by all in the city and the district, even if that means further delaying all in-class instruction until cases are under control. We can't have the children of the working poor and their teachers made to pay for the mistakes of federal, state, and local officials to control the spread of the virus. Lastly, were we forced to go back into the classroom before it is safe to do so, I have one last concern and one condition. My concern is regarding the quality of the personal protective equipment we are issued. As much as teachers spend out of their own pockets for classroom resources, I shudder to think what PPE we'll have at our disposal. My condition is this: if we require teachers to show up to schools for in-person instruction in this climate, then our district had better stop using the term data-driven for anything ever again. Thank you.
The following statement is provided by Steve Litke. Dear trustees, my wife and I have a senior and a freshman in Fort Worth ISD and have been longtime supporters of the district. I have decided to address the board today in an effort to convince this body to prevent further harm to the students of the district caused by the decision of this board to begin the year online. The primary responsibility of this board is to hire and fire the superintendent, and during times like this, to question, critique, and take a deeper dive into district policies that are having such a detrimental impact on so many. I believe that most of you mean well and are trying to make the best decisions possible under extremely difficult circumstances. However, the board has failed to grasp that the existing science regarding COVID-19 does not justify continuing to keep schools closed for those parents that desire to have their children return to in-person learning. And that much more damage is being done to these kids by keeping them home than what would be done from possible exposure to the virus. If you do not vote to allow all students to have the option to return to in-person or on or before October 5th, each of you will have to live with the consequences. While you may attempt to justify your decision at this time by arguing that you are only trying to save lives, in hindsight, the question will likely become in 1, 3, and 5 years down the road, how many lives were lost, ruined, or negatively impacted as a result of the decision to remain closed? Please listen to the experts such as the American Academy of Pediatrics, who overwhelmingly agreed that kids need to be in school now. At a minimum, please provide everyone a choice. Thank you. The next statement is from Cassandra Miles. Fort Worth ISD board members, please encourage administrators, teachers, and staff to re-examine and execute the Fort Worth ISD Fall 2020 education plan specific to in-person learning. Discourage employees from bringing children to work, barring extenuating circumstances. Not allowing in-person visitors, volunteers, and employee family members reduces COVID-19 exposure risk. Continue to require all individuals entering a campus to wear a face mask, be subject to health screening upon arrival, social distance at all times, and wash hands frequently. Thank you for implementing policies and best practices that help keep our school communities safe. And our next statement is from Ken Cool. Thank you, trustees and Superintendent Scribner, for your service to our community. The first week of virtual learning was an overwhelming success for my second grade daughter. Fort Worth ISD's virtual learning definitely exceeded my expectations of content and engagement. I feel that Fort Worth ISD will have a distinct advantage over other districts that started with both in-person and virtual, because now when the inevitable school and classroom closures occur in the future due to COVID, everyone in the district will be prepared to quickly and smoothly shift back to the virtual platform. With regards to the parent survey, I do not think it provides any accurate insight into what is best for our community. I think we all want to see our kids back in the classroom, but only when it is safe for them, for us, and for our teachers and for the wider community. Your survey was an either-or proposition with no mention of under what circumstances in-person classes would return. As we approach nearly 200,000 COVID-related deaths in the U.S., and have a per capita infection rate higher than almost any other country, it is clear that we as a nation could have done a much better job of protecting our most vulnerable communities. But this is the reality into which you must consider sending children and teachers back into classrooms. With local private schools and universities struggling to maintain safe in-person classrooms and flu season quickly approaching, please consider whether or not you feel Fort Worth ISD as the in-person learning safety protocols to in place to keep our community safe before reopening our classrooms. You did not create the health crisis our world, country, and community now face, but you can play a role in keeping our local community safe moving forward. Do the schools have the adequate fresh air ventilation? Can and will mask wearing be enforced? Is there a plan for adequate substitute teachers and funds for keeping quarantine teachers on the payroll? There are many important questions, and only you know the answers to many of them. Please consider them all and make a decision that will positively and equitably impact our community. We will need and expect transparency in your plan and in positive case notifications. If and when you decide to open classrooms, please do so in a limited and equitable fashion. Our next speaker would be Olivia Garcia Hassel. Are you there, ma'am?
I am. And I would first like to thank my spouse for allowing me to sit here for 4 hours and wait for my turn to talk. It's our wedding anniversary, and so it's been quite a night. Yesterday, I was made aware that staff is expected to return in person by October 5th. I realize that between now and then, things may change. We have not yet considered the numbers that will rise from Labor Day weekend. I was under the impression that we would begin looking at going back in person in the week of October 5th, not going back to in person in the week of October 5th. I live in the neighborhood of the school that I teach at, and my street has been crowded with cars and children over the Labor Day weekend. I know that our community is not social distancing because I am seeing it unfold before my eyes. I have avoided seeing friends and family since March because I want to protect myself and others. I love my job as an art educator, and I have worked hard for nearly 12 years. I feel like the district is failing me when I have always felt safe working with and for Fort Worth ISD. I believe this is one of the best school districts to work for. I feel incredibly uncomfortable with the impending decision to return to school. As far as I was aware, the district was planning on reevaluating the safety of return to in-person in the first week of October. The plan was not going back to school on October 5th. The district has stated that masks reduce the risk of spreading COVID and that social distancing is less necessary when masks are worn. This is completely opposite of what I have read and researched via the CDC and CNN and other news sources. It's September 15th and we're in the second week of school. We've prepared for the last 2 months to work virtually. We have not given virtual learning a chance to see how well it may work for our student body. I do not feel safe with the directive of returning to in-person, as other school districts have shown that we are not ready for in-person schooling. I believe that we will be endangering the lives of our students, their families, and all of school staff. I know that this is an incredibly complex and unprecedented situation. Seeing my students virtually has been a highlight of the last few months. I've really enjoyed teaching virtually, and I feel like I've been able to engage on a higher level with many of them via Google Classroom, Meet, Remind, and the processes that we have created for their online learning. I feel that going back at this point will be detrimental. We'll be virtual in person when students and teachers get COVID. We'll have to quarantine. I fear that the changes will create a form of overwhelming whiplash, and I do not think that this is in the best interest of our community. I know that this is higher up than any of you, and I really appreciate everything that you've done so far and will do in the future. Thank you for giving me this time.
Next speaker will be Andrew Wiesner. Mr. Wiesner, are you there, sir?
I am. Good evening, school board, and thank you for hanging in there and giving us your undivided attention. My name is Andrew Wiesner, and I am a teacher at Stripling Middle School. On behalf of Fort Worth ISD teachers, I would like to thank you for considering our opinions on what return to in-person school should look like. However, it is important to note that I, as well as countless other teachers, feel our opinions as stakeholders on if and when that return should happen have been avoided and or overlooked. Thank you, Board Member Dar, for pointing out this glaring lack of teacher opinion data. My reason to delay the return to in-person learning are as follow. While overall numbers may have reduced since August, Tarrant County COVID-19 statistics still list our community spread level as substantial. Today alone, there were 436 new cases diagnosed. This meeting seems almost premature as we have not begun to see how numbers will be affected with surrounding districts beginning in-person learning and even the Labor Day weekend. I expect they will trend back up. Yes, our numbers are decreasing because of the measures that we are taking. Virtual learning is in fact helping to flatten the curve, but to say numbers have decreased thanks to our efforts, therefore we should return to in-person learning, is akin to a person cutting soda from their diet, experiencing weight loss, and then coming to the conclusion that they should return to drinking sodas. Just as the weight would come back, the numbers will rise. Online learning is going well, immeasurably better than in the spring. By week 3 and 4 of virtual learning, we will have issues smoothed out and a routine established. To return to in-person learning at this point means all of the preparation, the establishment of expectations, norms, and procedures will have to be restarted as if we are at the beginning of school all over again, not to mention the need to adjust class sizes and student schedules. In a normal year, we review and reestablish expectations, norms, and procedures and rework our schedules at the start of the second semester. It is my highly educated opinion that we should stay the course of virtual learning for this semester and make the transition at the natural semester break, a time when it logically fits, reduces wasted instructional minutes, and causes the least amount of damage and regression. As a father, a husband to an expectant mother, a cancer survivor, and most importantly, a man who values the lives and success not only of our students, but of our entire community, I implore you to delay the return to in-person learning. Should the decision be made to go back to in-person, the phase-in plan needs to be reconsidered and reworked, as many of the points are flawed and idealistic. There is not room to distance 6 feet in the majority of Fort Worth ISD classrooms. There are not enough hours in the day to teach and record video lessons, and to ask teachers to do that on their own time is appalling. And I have not received or heard anything about dividers or other classroom level PPE. And those are just 3 big ones. If you need additional assistance in reworking the plan, there are a large number of teachers who would be glad to volunteer their time and have their voices heard. Thank you for listening.
The following statement is from Pam Walrath. Superintendent Scribner and all interested parties. Students are the priority of the Fort Worth ISD, the reason for its very existence. It is the responsibility of the board to make all decisions accordingly, and deciding when to return to school is a tough call. While COVID cases and thankfully deaths are declining, this does not indicate that the pandemic is over and all can return to a normal life. Rather, it seems that COVID cases have declined because of the significant safety measures taken, which includes masks, social distancing, and avoiding all public gatherings, including attending school in a classroom. If the trigger is pulled too soon to return to school, all the good done by keeping students safely quarantined at home will become undone, and the pandemic state will be revisited. Teachers and administration have worked tirelessly all summer long to prepare for online classes and have done a phenomenal job. Yes, it requires more attention from parents than dropping them off at school. But if that attention is a problem, how will they handle the 14-day quarantine when someone at a school tests positive, or if their student develops serious symptoms? The students who become ill with the virus will require much more attention. And shouldn't the board and parents be more focused on the students' health safety than to place them back at risk? Returning to the classroom will endanger faculty, staff, administration, and students. My hope is that you will agree to extend the online learning for at least another 4 weeks, if not through the end of 2020. My youngest daughter attends Monig Middle School, and I'm not ready for her to return and be at risk. My daughter is a teacher. Thank you for hearing me. The next speaker is John Fell. Mr. Fell, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
You may begin, sir.
Hello, my wife is a middle school teacher in Fort Worth ISD. I'm glad that the school district is once again listening to the feedback of all stakeholders related to this decision. I have seen firsthand from my wife that students have succeeded and enjoyed virtual learning. They are able to express themselves, see their teachers' faces, and enjoy the company of one another virtually without the stress and risk of spreading COVID. There is no doubt that Fort Worth and Tarrant County have made progress toward lowering the risk of COVID. I would like to see this continue. I would ask that Fort Worth ISD board members consider the benefits of extending virtual learning for 4 additional weeks versus the benefits of opening in October. The benefits of remaining remote for 4 additional weeks far outweigh the benefits of return. We need to look at this from a truly scientific and statistical perspective. It doesn't take a genius to realize the longer we avoid mass gatherings of students at schools, the safer and more successful Fort Worth ISD will be when schools start reopening. There's a reason districts with more resources and higher socioeconomic status have a better likelihood of successfully reopening earlier. The intuition that we are ready to go back or saying that I'm having a difficult time managing my children at home is not a valid argument. We can't only focus on the kid. We have to focus on everyone involved. The feedback you've received from the backbone of Fort Worth ISD, your teachers, speaks for itself. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Manuel Chavez. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
You may begin.
Good evening.
Mr. Chavez, you may begin.
Okay, good evening and thank you for having me. My name is Manuel Chavez.
Sir, could you speak up? Sir, could you speak up a little bit?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little better. Thank you.
Okay, good evening and thank you for having me. My name is Manuel Chavez and I'm a teacher at Trimble Tech High School. There is some good that came out from the delay of school and virtual learning start. So don't feel bad about that decision, guys. Let me give you some feedback from students on your decision to go virtual. As you know, we started school virtually here in Fort Worth last week. And since then, the vast majority, if not all my students were present in class. Assignments are being submitted and we're meeting via Google Meets every day. I gave a survey to my students last week and this is what I found. Now keep in mind that Trimble Tech accepts students from all over Fort Worth. 99.6% have access to reliable internet. 98.4% use a district issue Chromebook or a personal computer to complete their assignments. 95% have a quiet place to complete their assignments. 84.9% say they're organized for virtual learning. Only 10.9% said they may need some help with some technical aspect of virtual learning, which I've already addressed. My message tonight is mainly for the parents who are contemplating allowing their kids to go back to school. And the doctor that spoke earlier, let me give you some firsthand knowledge. My wife, who works for Fossil Ridge High School in Keller ISD, was asked to start school on time, much like what some of the parents are asking for now. Now, Keller ISD has fewer disadvantaged students than Fort Worth ISD, so just keep that in mind. The Keller ISD board sided with parents who wanted to start school in person, so they gave parents the option. The result of that was that my wife recently was asked to quarantine after only 2 weeks of on-campus teaching. She was given a call on Sunday from an administrator notifying her that one of her students was tested positive with COVID-19. In fact, the next day, there were 16 teachers, including 3 coaches, 250 students, including the entire volleyball team, who were asked to quarantine at our campus because of several students and teachers who tested positive. Effective tonight, the whole campus is now doing remote learning for 2 weeks due to the lack of substitute teachers. Now, substitute teachers don't grow on trees. Where do we get the subs if there is a massive outbreak? And that's just one campus in the district. There are several other campuses that are struggling with the outbreak. Indian Springs Middle School, for instance, has an entire grade level quarantining. And my response to the pediatrician who spoke earlier, I'm going to assume that your office has more PPE than they can use. I'm sure your nurses are protected. In fact, I know this because we recently visited a Cook's Children's Hospital for my kids, and only one parent was allowed to go back there. As a teacher, I only have a mask, I have some wipes, and I have hand sanitizer. I don't have anything else. So I asked the board to do a search about what's going on in other districts, including Keller, from and other schools that started on-campus business as usual, to see that it's chaotic and disastrous.
Sir, your time has expired.
But hold on.
The next speaker is Danny Cartles. Are you there? Danny Cartles? Danny Cartles. Brittany Blocker is the next speaker.
Hello.
Ms. Blocker, you may begin.
Hello. As a teacher at Fort Worth ISD, I just want to speak openly and honestly about my concerns opening in-person school. Though teaching virtually is much more work, at least double the work for me probably, and I miss my students so much. Their safety and the safety of the community is really my first concern. First, I would like to point out that many schools, including schools in Texas, have begun in-person learning and have already had problems. For instance, just as of today, Houston ISD has already had to close 10 of its campuses. Richardson ISD has had 53 cases as of this morning, and there are a lot more throughout the country. In the past 2 weeks, 5 teachers have already lost their lives for COVID in this country, and so many others are fighting for their lives. Another concern that I have is that teachers and staff will not be provided with enough PPE. In the past few years, I have struggled to get kids to bring in school supplies and have had to put so many school supplies on my own, which is fine. However, PPE could be the difference between life and death. So it's a little bit more different than if we had a kid not have a pencil. A kid not having a mask is a lot different. I cannot stress the importance of having enough PPE for not only us, but also our students and any person who walks through that door. So I am begging you to make sure and to provide us as teachers with numbers and amounts of PPE that we have so we can properly plan. Finally, I am begging you to share COVID information with us, regardless of what part of the building your students are located in. This is because we as staff interact with so many more than just our own kids every single day. In conclusion, I believe we should wait to start in-person school until Tarrant County, especially in Fort Worth, the cases go down. The safety of my students and their families is my main priority. And even though I have witnessed teachers working hours upon hours of overtime to make sure that our students are taken care of virtually, we do it with pride, knowing that we are keeping our students safe. So one final question based upon reflections from others is, what are your plans to support and intervene when a staff member, student, or student's family members die because of COVID? Thank you guys so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Next speaker is Jill Williams. Ms. Williams, if you're ready, you may begin. Jill Williams?
Yes, hi. Thank you, Dr. Scribner and trustees, for giving me a chance to express my concerns. I'm Jill Williams, and I'm a speech-language pathologist for Fort Worth ISD. I'm speaking to you today not just as an employee, but also as a concerned citizen of Fort Worth. SLPs are considered essential support staff, so I've been working on a Fort Worth ISD campus since August 24th. And I can tell you with complete candor that we're not ready to safely open. I don't really feel safe now, even though there are very few staff working on campus at this time. I pass coworkers in the hallway every day who are not wearing masks or are wearing them below their noses. I work in a poorly ventilated room with windows that don't open. And the theater of temperature self-checks and hand washing signs and hand sanitizer do very little to reassure me that COVID's not already spreading in our schools. I've heard of COVID-19 cases already reported on our campuses, and I've heard of staff with exposure to COVID-19 as defined by the CDC who weren't required to quarantine. Parents, if we return to in-person instruction before it's safe, I'm going to do my best to love and serve your children as I always have. But please understand that it will not be normal, unfortunately. I have a right to protect myself, and more importantly, I have an obligation to protect others, including your children. And in order to protect myself and my family and your children, I'm going to wear a high-quality, multi-layer mask and goggles at all times. I'm going to take your children outside for speech therapy, and I'm going to maintain a safe distance. I'll be running my recently purchased air purifier in my poorly ventilated room. Your children will not have the same opportunity for social interaction with their friends. They won't receive the same visual cues that I can provide through teletherapy, and I won't be able to comfort them or provide physical prompts. This breaks my heart, but we're living in a pandemic, and one bad choice can kill or change a life forever. Your option or personal choice cannot trump my safety, my family's safety, or the community's safety. And for you medical professionals who are advocating for in-person instruction, I ask you if you would feel safe spending 6 hours in a poorly ventilated, windowless room with 15 of your patients who are not able to wear a mask or maintain social distance, all while wearing a 2-ply, poorly fitting cotton face covering. And for parents who argue that kids should be able to go to school since they're already going to restaurants and attending camp, you're part of the problem. Until we as a community prioritize our children's education by staying home and wearing masks, we're never going to reduce community spread enough to return safely to school. I'm asking Fort Worth ISD to continue with virtual learning until county benchmarks indicate students and staff can safely return to in-person learning. If Fort Worth ISD is going to open schools safely, we owe our employees and the community we serve honesty and transparency. I sympathize with our district administrators and board who are being asked to make difficult public health decisions, but I'm asking you to admit if you don't know, if you don't feel like we're safe to return. I know that these are incredibly challenging times for our students and their families, and there aren't any good choices, but I'm asking Fort Worth ISD to please make the safe choice. Thank you.
The following statement is from Elizabeth Maldonado. My name is Elizabeth Maldonado. My son is a student at Mary Louise Phillips Elementary School. I know the district is having a special meeting tonight at 5:30 about a timeline for returning to in-person learning, and I'm writing to request the district consider the mounting scientific evidence that opening schools physically exposes teachers and students unnecessarily and with grave consequences. I know the district has a very complex issue and that there are real concerns about parents and children who lack necessary social support without in-person learning. And there need to be accommodations and alternatives for working parents who have childcare needs rather than exposing not only entire schools, but entire neighborhoods and communities to a deadly virus that has claimed 200,000 lives. We are very used to the pressure and push to keep moving, keep learning, keep going with business as usual, but something should stop our lives in their tracks. They should require rethinking systems and seeing how we can reimagine our systems to adapt to the moment. COVID-19 is offering us that opportunity. It is not yet safe to return to on-campus learning, and it is my hope that the district keep front of mind that the people who suffer from reckless exposure are often not the people who were exposed themselves, but the most at-risk people in our community who had contact with them. We cannot entirely contain this virus, but schools are very difficult places to contain risk. Children don't understand the nature of delayed, indirect, and invisible consequences, especially when so many adults struggle with these concepts. And the best way to keep our community safe is to continue distance-only learning. When the district begins in-person learning, many parents who currently have added flexibility from work will be forced to rely on in-person learning because it is available, and to return to on-site work or adapted schedules, potentially increasing their further exposure. And lastly, it sends a real statement to the community and to the city that the district recognizes the seriousness of risks with COVID-19 and is taking inconvenient and inappropriate measures to reduce that risk. If and when the district lifts these restrictions, it will change the tone of how the community understands and responds to the crisis. In speaking with family members and loved ones around the country, the tone in Texas as a result of elected officials furthering myths about coronavirus was very, very different from the tone of seriousness in other states where the response was more appropriate. We are not overreacting to keep schools closed until it is safe to reopen. These are our children's lives, and we should continue to imagine creative alternatives for parents and students who struggle with online learning. Reopening the schools and exposing our children, teachers, and school staff to considerable and predictable risk is no solution. And the following statement is from Fernando and Patricia Martinez. Regarding Fort Worth ISD students, faculty, and staff returning to in-house learning, we would like the board to seriously consider continuing virtual learning. We feel that progress has been made successfully and believe that it is so because of the extreme precautions that have been taken. We would like the board to see the benefits gained thus far versus the potential pitfalls of a combination of COVID-19 and the seasonal flu at hand that could drastically complicate and destroy everything we have worked for. Thank you for your consideration. The next speaker is Lisa McLaughlin. Are you there, Ms. McLaughlin?
Yes, I'm here.
You may begin.
Hi, I am Lisa McLaughlin. I am a teacher at Rosemont 6. I just wanted to talk about a few things, some of which have already been said. The first thing I wanted to say was congratulations to the Luebuenos family. And then also the teacher training. I wanted to commend the administrators who worked on the teacher training. It was very helpful in getting us ready for virtual learning. There are still a lot of challenges, and the challenges, of course, are very different from a normal school year, especially with some of the access issues to technology and Wi-Fi. But we are working to overcome those, and I actually am feeling really good about virtual learning, and as an educator, I am enjoying it. I do want to request that the district consider purchasing a license for Edpuzzle. I think that a lot of teachers would enjoy that. Then I wanted to address the lack of teacher input. The survey was not well done. There were few questions and few choices, and it did seem like it was somewhat slanted. So I really appreciated Trustee Dar asking about teacher feedback, and I would love more of an opportunity to give that. I think that it is great that the principals are meeting together and working together collaboratively, and I have a lot of faith in my administrator. I think she's doing a really good job. She works very hard to consider all of us and our needs, but I don't think that the teacher input is going to come forward that way. We really need teacher voices involved, and I don't think we feel like we're getting to provide the benefit of our expertise. I do have a high-risk family member. My son was diagnosed last year with chronic kidney disease, and so I do have a substantial fear of returning to the classroom, especially for face-to-face learning, and I am hoping to continue virtual learning, so I am asking you to apply for that waiver. And then if the opportunity comes to presents itself to extend that even further, I think that would be ideal as far as the safety is concerned. But even if we do return face-to-face, I think I would like to continue teaching virtually, and I would like to continue doing it from the safety of my home. I don't really want to go back up to a campus where there are a lot of people walking around. So I am asking you to apply to the waiver and then consider letting teachers continue to work virtually from home. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Anthony Sosa. Mr. Sosa, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you may begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Anthony Sosa, and I want to say that I feel very much a part of this community. I'm a sixth generation Fort Worthian, third generation Fort Worth ISD teacher, and I currently teach history at South Hills High School here in Fort Worth ISD. I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak. As a teacher, I view it as my job to educate, inform, respect, accommodate, and advocate for not only my students, but their families as well. Our students and their families make up this great Fort Worth community, and if we value them, their lives, their livelihood, and their health, then there is no question that this board should decide to delay in-person learning for as long as the TEA allows. Dr. Taneja's recommendation is that we should at least wait 2 to 3 weeks before acting and let the data play out a little more. He even used the phrase trouble brewing. But unfortunately, you guys are having to make that decision today. Schools across the country that have already reopened are already closing down again. Many people have already brought that up today. The longer we can delay in-person instruction, the longer we can protect our students and their families, our community. As a teacher, I will tell you firsthand that I would prefer to teach in person. I understand that online learning is difficult and not comparable to in-person instruction. It's hard. I want to echo my colleague, Miss Victoria Scheffler, that students are showing up to classes and they are interacting. But I agree that this time is hard right now for all of us. But the issue at hand is not learning. It's just not. The issue at hand is not test grades. The issue at hand is the health and the well-being of our community, period. And with that in mind, it should be crystal clear that to protect those whom we love the most, Fort Worth ISD should delay in-person instruction as long as possible. Thank you, and I yield my time.
And Mr. Ramos, that concludes our list of speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Bond, for walking us through that list, and I want to thank everybody for sharing their thoughts this evening. The time is 9:51 p.m. and the date is Tuesday, September 15th, 2020. We will now recess and reconvene virtually for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, .072, .074, and .076. Okay. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:32 PM in a private video conference with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session virtually, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 12:41 AM in the public virtual video conference and the boardroom with a quorum present. Trustees are all present at this time, including virtually. So virtually, we have trustees Ana Luevanos, trustee Daphne Brookins, and trustee Ashley Paz. We will come back to public comment. I believe we have two speakers that we accidentally passed up, so we'll now open up the floor for them for 3 minutes.
President Ramos, our first speaker, and our apologies to Miss Jennifer Lenning. Jennifer, are you on?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, Jennifer, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lenning. I'm a teacher at Monig Middle School, and I'm a Fort Worth ISD taxpayer. Teachers are working twice as hard as we have ever worked before, and we are doing this for one reason: to provide our students with the best education possible while also keeping all students and staff safe and healthy. There is simply no way to guarantee that in-person learning is safe. We can take all of the precautions that have been outlined, but none of these precautions can 100% guarantee that the coronavirus will not spread in schools. How many COVID-related deaths are we willing to live with? That number for me is 0. I honestly feel that with virtual learning, I am better empowered to provide a differentiated, equitable learning environment. No one is stuck in the back row. Everyone can get individual help every day, regardless of transportation or after-school activities. By not having interruptions due to behavior, call passes, or announcements, I am able to accomplish more in a 20 to 35-minute Google Meet than I would be able to accomplish in a 45-minute class period in person. I am asking parents and students to be patient with us as we all experience this journey together. We have the same goals. We all want our students to be alive and to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lenning. Our next speaker is Morgan Neff. Mr. Neff? Okay. Mr. Ramos, President Ramos, that concludes our public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to 7A, which is our action agenda item, which is discussion and possible action to extend back-to-school transition process by an additional 4 weeks as allowed by Texas Education Guidelines. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by trustee Quentin Phillips. Do I have a second? I'll second. Now we'll go to discussion. So I'll call on each trustee just to make sure. Trustee Toby Jackson, any discussion?
No discussion, President Ramos. Thank you.
Oh, my apologies. So I need to go back. Trustee Phillips, will you make that motion? My apologies. What is your motion?
Thank you, President Ramos. I move to authorize administration to submit the necessary documents to TEA in order for the district to extend its back-to-school transition process by an additional 4 weeks.
Okay, so we have a motion by trustee Phillips. We have a second by myself, and now going to see if there's any discussion by trustees. Again, just in case, trustee Toby Jackson,
No discussion, sir.
trustee Quentin Phillips,
No discussion.
Trustee Daphne Brookins.
No discussion.
Trustee CJ Evans.
No discussion.
Trustee Ann Dar.
No discussion.
Trustee Norman Robbins.
Yes, I would prefer that we give our families choices just as soon as possible, and I will be voting against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Trustee Ana Luevanos. No discussion. Trustee Ashley Paz.
Sorry, no discussion.
Okay. Trustee Paz.
Yes, I have discussion. So, and I know it's late, so I'm going to try to keep this brief. This is not the decision that I came here expecting to make tonight. And while we often make decisions without all of the information, there is not I have not seen enough data to support any decision to return to classrooms at this time. I would really like to, between now and October 5th, hear from a more diverse audience, and I will, as such, I plan to be seeking out more feedback from the people within the communities that I serve in District 9. But I really think that we've heard a lot from our teachers, and we've gotten a lot of great feedback from our teachers, and we've heard a lot of great feedback from some other members of our community. But there are some very important voices that are missing. So I would really like to hear from those, and frankly, the voices that are the most impacted by the decisions that we're making here in this room. So I would like to address that. I think that as we move forward, we have this idea that several people spoke about during our public comment about the getting back to normal. And I don't know that we will ever see normal again, and that it is not necessarily a bad thing. Education as we knew it before COVID-19 was failing a lot of children. And now we have given children access that many of them have never had before. Our teachers have overwhelmingly expressed how much harder they are working right now to go above and beyond for their scholars. And I know that this is something that I have personally experienced with my own two daughters and the classes that they are taking virtually. I think everyone in our boardroom, and I would challenge to find anyone who disagrees that the best instruction is in person with a teacher in a classroom, as the way that we knew it before COVID. And that was, again, the best instruction for most kids. I will dare to suggest that it's not the only way to provide instruction. And with the access to technology that we are providing to students now, and the innovation that we've seen from our educators, there is no reason that virtual instruction cannot become, in very short order, another version of high quality instruction that we expect here in Fort Worth ISD. And potentially, once we've had a little bit of practice, it could even be the best option for some students. So, like I said, I came to tonight's meeting absolutely expecting to be able to phase in students for choice, to be able to go back into school in October. But after listening to our medical health experts, our county health expert, who is the only person that we heard from tonight who actually is accountable for the outcomes of the words that he spoke, I cannot in good faith vote to reopen schools. So I support this motion to extend into the first 4 weeks with the expectation that if things get better, we will be able to open up and provide choice for our schools. And I know this isn't what a lot of people want. This is a situation that is not fun to be in. It stinks. It stinks that our kids haven't been together in 6 months, and it stinks that many of us have had to leave jobs and reduce our own workloads and our home income because we're taking care of children in the household, and we have to be here to support them. And it's, there are a lot of things that are just not fun about this situation, especially when it comes to the mental health aspects. And this is something that is very close to me personally because I have suffered over this time with my own mental health, which I've been very outspoken about, and have had to seek treatment for that. And we are privileged enough to have that access. As we move forward, I hope that the district continues to provide our students with access and supports for their mental health while they are in virtual learning. So as Stephen Poole said it best in his comments, that we need to use every tool at our disposal. Right now, we have very little that is within our control of the conditions that are impacting this issue, but the things that we do have control over are things that we should be using. Back in August, the district was ready. They were ready to go on August 17th. We gave them a few extra weeks to prepare and to communicate and to enrich what the plans that they had, and the intention that they put into that work is evident in the quality of virtual learning that we're seeing today. And I think that by extending this for 4 weeks, we are going to improve what we're able to do when we are able to bring students back into the classroom, so that it will be a robust experience for kids both on and off of our campuses. So with that said, I am thankful for everyone who is here at almost 1 o'clock in the morning to discuss this issue, and to everyone who has taken their time to provide us feedback and dialogue. And it hasn't always been comfortable dialogue, but it has been meaningful, and I look forward to continuing that.
Thank you, Trustee Paz. Trustee Brookins would like to make a comment.
I just say that I'm very situation, and concerned about their well-being. I'm concerned about their education. I fear that if we continue to prolong them, especially the students who need that in-person instruction, that they're going to continue to get behind. And I see that happening for our African American students, as well as some of our Latinx students, and I'm very concerned about that. So I would recommend that we give them a choice. But like I said, I'm very concerned about COVID. So if our numbers start to rise, I don't want our kids in the schools. However, right now, I think this is an opportunity that we can start phasing them in so they can get that instruction that they need and get caught up, because there are a lot of our children who are falling behind, and I don't want to lose them physically or mentally. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Brookins. I guess I'm the last one. I definitely have comments tonight. I'll start with You know, I grew up in a neighborhood that was one of the top 10 worst zip codes in the state of Texas, Northside Diamond Hill. I still can't get used to seeing the data and the numbers that show us at the bottom of a number of factors. We were ranked one of the top 10 worst zip codes based on poor level of education, poor health care, and a heck of a lot of crime. I also lived through the transition of when the odds were stacked against us. We found a way to come together, persevere, and look out for one another. So I dare say that Tarrant County isn't one of the top 10 worst zip codes, possibly based on crime, probably not on levels of education anymore, but definitely in healthcare. And the state of Texas is leads the country in the most uninsured number of students. Those are factors that are real for me, that I cannot support going back to school in the near future after hearing the medical experts say he was not going to put his kids in school. And this is me speaking my truth, my friends. This is not an attack on any one of you. I think I've learned recently that when I speak my truth, this isn't to negate yours. This is just simply mine. That I think that our communities are coming together to do everything they possibly can to support us, our school system. I acknowledge the importance of the education being a priority. And I'm glad that we're having that conversation, because once the pandemic is over, I would anticipate that this narrative stick, including the allocation of resources and the same passion that we have for wanting to give choice. The reality is the numbers are going to be high. In my neighborhood, they're high. They're not going down. People are dying. The first child that were to get it and hopefully, God forbid, passes from any one of our schools, I will not be able to live with that. And I will carry that weight from this world to the next world. So I'm passionate about this topic because I am not confused about what young people are saying. I'm not confused at what the teachers are saying. And to me, that weighs on my heart. So I absolutely think that we could use more time. If it turns out that these numbers don't go up and they go down and they continue to go down, we at least give that flexibility to the administrative staff to make that decision versus me saying, okay, no, I want to give choice for whatever reasons I think. I don't think time has always been on our side. I think we could use as much time as we can possibly have for this administrative team to work collectively to do the best by our children and our families. Because I'm going to stand by what I said on that town hall. This decision for me will have repercussions one way or another. Again, let me just remind you, we have had low levels of achievement in the past, and there wasn't that much uproar back then. We're having an uproar now, and I'm going to remind everyone around me, as fired up as we were during COVID, I want you to be as fired up when COVID is over. And so if that's the mindset we go with, great. I hate that it's a pandemic that may have gotten us there as a community, but that's as real talk as I can give. So I absolutely think that we ought to be asking for more time, see where the numbers go, heard from the public expert, health expert, and that's just where my heart's at. So we'll move to vote. I'll call trustees' names, and you please say yes, no, or abstain, and we'll go from there. District 2 trustee Toby Jackson.
No.
District 3 trustee Quentin Phillips.
Yes.
District 4 trustee Daphne Brookins.
No.
I heard no, right? Okay.
Right.
District 5 trustee CJ Evans.
No.
District 6 trustee Andor.
No.
District 7 trustee Norman Robbins.
No.
District 8 trustee Ana Luevanos.
Yes.
District 9 trustee Ashley Paz.
Yes.
And I'm District 1 trustee Jacinto Ramos Jr. I vote yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So motion fails. 5 against and 4 in favor. So that motion fails. So we staff will move forward with what you had. With that, we have come to number 8, which is adjourning. With no other comments, this meeting is adjourned.